We made some good progress yesterday, completing the evidence for Mr. Hughes. We also heard from Dr. Young, and we started Dr. Bowie's evidence for the applicant. The programme today, as per the timetable, will be to complete the evidence of Dr. Bowie, and then we have to hear from Dr. Wright, and also on the programme Dr. Coppins. Now, I'm wondering whether that, I'm assuming that running order still applies. Any thoughts on that?
I think we would prefer Dr. Coppins to go first, just to make absolutely sure that he's not locked up here over the weekend. I understand Dr. Wright's, I've used locked up, of course, in a metaphorical sense. Dr. Wright is, I think, a freer agent than Dr. Coppins. And as I told you yesterday, Dr. Coppins is here.
Okay, well, that sounds a very sensible way forward. There is obviously a possibility that we're not going to complete the evidence of Dr. Coppins today, in which case can we assume then that, it's Dr. Coppins first, then Dr. Wright, in which case if we don't complete Dr. Wright's evidence today, I'm assuming that she's free tomorrow.
No questions for Dr. Wright, so that's a matter for my own friend.
I'm afraid I remember from discussions with Mr. Collar whether or not Dr. Wright is available. I think from memory she's available this week but not next week. So I think she probably is available tomorrow, and there is a chance in any event that I may finish my cross-examination of both Dr. Coppins and Dr. Wright today. And I don't have any difficulty with the change in order.
To that?
No, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Okay. So, yes, as to tomorrow, we have Professor Bell scheduled in the morning session, as it were, and 9 witnesses for the local area community groups. Now, if there's any carryover from today, that seems extremely ambitious. So I think we'll need to have an alternative spillover day for the witnesses from the community groups if we don't get all 9 done tomorrow. Any thoughts on that?
Sir, aside from Professor Bell and Councillor Linda Munro, Councillor McGilvray, and I think Mr. Hampton, there are very few questions indeed for the witnesses being brought by Councillor McGilvray. Sorry, I've temporarily forgotten the name of his group, LCAG, but I can't remember what it stands for.
Local area community groups.
Thank you, local area community group.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is I don't think we'll detain you terribly long on cross-examination of the bulk of the witnesses, but 2 or 3 of them are more significant.
Okay, I still think we need to consider when we might hear any witnesses that we don't get round to hearing tomorrow. Looking at the programme for next week, to us it looks pretty tight for Tuesday, Wednesday, and indeed probably Thursday. So the only capacity that might be there would be on the Friday when we have Mr. Mackay and the return of Mr. Haspel. So I'm assuming that session would be quite a short session, and that there might be room, say, on Friday morning to accommodate any spillover from tomorrow afternoon session. Any thoughts on that?
So that's probably correct. I would expect that it would only be any questions, and you say Mr. Haspel's only returning if Mr. Mackay specifically wants to ask him some questions. So I think it would be quite a short session Friday morning.
Okay, well, that's helpful. I think we'll work on that basis. Clearly, we want to stick to the timetable if we possibly can, but we always need a plan B.
Say, just looking at next week, if we get through Mr. Graham Blackett and Dr. McAdam, say by 4 o'clock on Tuesday, that it would be possible to take Dr. Dargey's, this is read evidence in chief, because reading the precognition is not something which is in any way challenging, and that would leave the whole of Wednesday for any supplementary questions and cross-examination.
Yes, I thought from what you were indicating, all of Wednesday. I initially thought you were indicating you would take all of Wednesday with supplementary questions in chief, but that's not what you're indicating.
If that's a bet, I'm not going to take it.
Okay, anything else for us to deal with before we start in earnest? Okay, right. Over to you, Mr. Campbell, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Bowie. We're a bit close, Dr. Bowie, but I'll try and kind of sit back. In your inquiry recognition and inquiry report, you are consistently either rude or address Dr. Dargey's work in fairly strident terms. Can I just get you to confirm that you stand by all the evidence that is before us in written form?
I stand by all the evidence that I've provided. I differ with you. There's no rudeness presented to this inquiry, although I do stand by the statements and the words that I have written.
So we know that in the written evidence you provided to the inquiry, no credit is given to Dr. Dargey's work at all.
That's correct, yes.
Is that your own view, or is that a view from the team? Is that a team view?
No, that's my view. Yeah. These are my words. These are my conclusions.
It seems odd to me that where you have a scientist of considerable distinction, if I may say so, and also considerable longevity, that nobody on the team for the applicant can find anything positive to say about any of his findings, even to admit that there's a possibility that they might be right. Doesn't that strike you as anomalous?
No, it does not.
It doesn't. Well, I don't want to take any more time of yours than I have to, but I need to dwell on that a little bit. Could you have in front of you your own written your own written recognition and
yes.
inquiry report, please, and also Dr. Dargey's?
I don't have Dr. Dargey's.
You don't have Dr. Dargey's. Well, they'll be produced, be shown to you when you get. So may I just have a second?
And which reference, again, is Dr. Dargey's inquiry report, please?
138A, B and C, I think. Sorry, NC 138, B and C. Thank you very much. Thanks. Simon, it's okay. I'd like to try to help the reporters as much as we can by identifying the differences between you and Dr. Dargey to see where they can possibly be reconciled or not, as the case may be. And I'd like to start by thinking about geology and hydrogeology. Now, that is your specialty, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. And you say in your recognition that you have tangible scientific observations and recorded facts about the site.
Yes.
Is the work all yours, or have you derived some of it from Golder Associates?
We have used work of others. We've inherited work of others which we've taken responsibility for, yes.
And presumably checked it?
Yes.
On site?
Yes.
You infer, although you don't say so expressly, that Dr. Dargy's work lacks scientific observation and the presentation of ascertainable facts. Is that still your view?
Yes.
Now, the fundamentals of this geology, the bedrock of the site, is what I want to begin with, and the way in which its location is ascertained and how it's mapped and presented to the inquiry. Could you take up, please, document CD1101, which is the review and assessment of the GWDTE?
That's our report.
Indeed. But to be more accurate, it's STRI's report. I think your name is within it.
No, this is our report. This is my report. The January 2018 report. Yeah, that's my report.
Right, thank you. Can you please find page 15? Sorry, bear with me, please. Sorry, we've just got. Sorry, this is table 2.2, and on the second page of the table...
2.2 is page 9 of the report. And it's under the heading 2.3 Geology, subheading 2.3.1 Published Geology.
Well, I'm very sorry, Dr. Barry, I have page 10, table 2.2, entitled Summary of Published Geology.
That's fine. I've got the table. Fine.
You've got the table? Yeah. Okay, I want to move to the next page, at least in the one I'm looking at, to the entry in the table, which is number 3, bedrock. Do you have that? Do you have that?
Yes.
Yeah. And it says there, rhadery sandstone, largely of fluvial origin, with lensing conglomerate members and muddy lacustrine members with fish fragments. Not exposed at the ground surface within the site area. Published records, this is the source, I think, published records, but not local to the site, report bedrock is present within the general area from ground level to depths in excess of 20 meters. And that, I think, agrees with what we find in the environmental statement.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Were you responsible for any part of the environmental statement?
No.
It's quite clear there, isn't it, that it says it's not exposed at the ground surface?
That's correct, yes.
What's the direction and dip of the rhadery sandstone?
It's to the east, about 14 degrees.
About 14 degrees.
Correct.
Okay. And you've derived that figure, have you, from published work?
From published work and our own drilling records.
And your own drilling records?
Yes.
We'll come back to the drilling, I think, or the boreholes, but there are only 4 of those, aren't there?
That's correct. I can make correction, there's 6 boreholes.
Sorry?
There are 6 boreholes. We did 2 additional boreholes ourselves.
I don't think they're recorded in the evidence in front of the inquiry, are they?
They're presented within the, well, the work that we did was in additional work that was done to the car license, which is ongoing.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a minute. Keeping that in mind, could we look at CD1101 and find Appendix E, entitled Summary Geotechnical Note? 9th January 2018.
It looks a blank page to me, the Appendix E.
In the electronic copy, it's a blank page, but
Right.
In the hard copy, it's not. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I'm obliged. It's APP 5.8. It's the same document. It has all the appendices reproduced. You got that, sir? Can I just ask you to look in the third box down on the first page of CD 1.101 Appendix E, and you'll see a subheading faulting.
Yes.
The author has written there, the site and immediate areas anticipated to be free of faulting, with the closest faults located some 4.2 kilometres and 5.5 kilometres to the west, northwest. These faults are both inferred normal faults of varying length and unknown displacement. A down-thrown side to the southeast is recorded for the fault approximately 5.5 kilometres to the west-northwest. Now, can I take it again? That's not there as a result of a physical geotechnical investigation, but is from published work.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct. This statement is extracted and interpreted from the published geology, which we use to inform our initial conceptual understanding of the site.
And so, as it's presented here, these are not the words actually used in the published geology, but a paraphrase of them. Would that be clear?
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but I'm having a difficulty following this because my version of EPP 508 after Appendix A has some figures and then goes straight into Appendix F. So I think Mr. Campbell's referring to some text which I don't think I have.
It's electronic page 82 in Appendix E. That's from APP 5.8.
Is that headed up Summarising Environmental Engineering Note, 9th January 2018?
That's correct, yes. It is, yes.
So that's what we're reading
Yes.
from at the moment. I think Mr. Ferguson has that, but for some reason I don't. Anyway, I can use his copy. Thank you.
Are you caught up, Mr. McCann?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
I've forgotten my question, but I think it was just to get you to confirm that what we see here is a paraphrase of the published work.
Yes, it's an extraction of what's on the published geology, and this document was produced by ourselves to inform our site visit prior to us going out onto the site.
I think we can infer from that, can we, that both from the published work and from your understanding of the published work, there are no faults on the site.
At that time, yes. At that time. We took, what we did initially is prior to going out to the site, to develop a conceptual understanding of the site, or to get a feel of the site before you go.
Sure, of course, yeah.
We look at the published geology, published hydrology, soils and rock. And so when we actually go onto site, particularly if the superficials are shallow, which in parts of the site they are, any disturbances of the underlying bedrock can be manifest at the ground surface. So when the team are moving across the site, they're already geared to know what features could be present. And that's the intent of this report, and that's the intent of these summarising features of the solid geology, which included the faulting.
I have read this, and I'm may be wrong, in which case I hope you'll correct me, but I read this as it being your understanding that there are no faults on the site.
Certainly when we visited the site at the time, in terms of geology, I don't think we can actually, well, in terms of the published geology, there are no faults recorded on the published geology. In terms of there being no faults within the site, there's certainly no certainty on which that can be made.
Okay.
This simply just is an indication of what the published geology is saying.
Okay.
There's no interpretation there's no reading into the published geology. In terms of how the published geology is printed on the map, there are no faults shown within the site boundary.
I understand that. That's completely fair. Is that still the position and still your understanding?
No. We think there is a fault, and we think there is a fault, but it doesn't subcrop. We think there is faulting local to borehole 2.
And have you presented to the inquiry any evidence, graphic or written, to show where you think that fault is?
No, not to this inquiry, although we are aware that SEPA has presented that information to the reporters based on the ongoing car licence.
And that's part of the car licence application?
That's right, for the abstraction, yes.
I prefer to deal with that in a separate chapter of examination, if I may.
Yes.
But could we just keep that in mind?
Yes.
The geological maps, which are in CD 1.101, show the superficial geology. I think that's in the same documents, appendix. It's slightly difficult to follow, and I'm sure it's me, but the document I've just been referring to is called Appendix E. Within Appendix E, there appears to be an Appendix A. Mrs. McLean is nodding, so I'm thinking I've understood that correctly. Is that right? If you go 5 pages in from where we were looking, we come to a map called Figure 1, Published Superficial Geology.
Thanks.
Are you with me?
Yes.
Good. And that shows the, as it says, the published superficial geology. Figure 2, I think, is the solid geology, the next page, and is described as a radiary sandstone formation. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And just for the inquiry, radiary is the place on the Black Isle where this sandstone was first identified. Is that right?
I understand so.
In Figure 1 of these two we're looking at, what's the uncoloured area within the application boundary east of Coul Farm? There is no white or blank code on your map legend.
I don't know, it's not recorded.
I didn't hear you.
I'm saying I don't know, it's not recorded. It may be a water feature or just an area which hasn't been recorded.
Can you help me with why the BGS would use the BGS map?
That's correct, yes. I don't know, they may not have had access to that area, I don't know.
Investigations have looked at the BGS's own maps online, and it is suggested there that this is a radiary sandstone outcrop at that location. Is that in any way consistent with your findings?
No. No.
Okay.
I mean, if that was indicated as an outcrop, it would have been shown in the geological record as bedrock at or close to the ground surface, which is not shown in that legend.
Quite so, and you might well have seen it on your investigation if it had been thorough.
There was no bedrock at ground surface, and certainly if there was, we would have encountered it.
Thank you.
Despite the animations of Dr. Dargy.
Despite what?
The animations of your colleague.
Given what you call the animations of my colleague, that's to say Dr. Dargy, have you gone back and had a look as to where he says there might be evidence of a radiary sandstone outcrop?
I'm satisfied that there is not a radiary outstone outcrop at the area shown on the maps. So if there was an outcrop, we would have encountered it.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to jump around the documents a bit, but I need you to look now at NC 93, please, which is the Sand Dune Vegetation Survey of Scotland, published by Dr. Dargy.
You provide me that document, please?
Yes, indeed.
Sorry, what was the number?
NC 93, sorry.
Thank you.
Have you got it there? Sure. It's rather an intimidatingly large document, but could you go to printed page 64? Sorry. Printed page 68, Dr. Barry, I apologize. Can you see that the way this is laid out, that there are target notes for various locations indicated first numerically in the left-hand column, then by grid reference, then by a verbal description, and then the target note detail in the right-hand column. You see that?
I can see that, yes.
Could you find T267 at the top of page 68? Does the author say there in the penultimate sentence, old red sandstone bedrock is exposed in places beneath the raised beach?
Indeed, it's written.
Does he say at 270, sandstone outcrops in SD12X/Z grassland?
Sandstone outcrops below the former railway line, yes.
And does he say at 272, sandstone outcrops below former railway line, series of shallow, summer dry, and deep, wet all-year ponds in depressions which were probably former intertidal rock pools before isostatic uplift and dune development? One pool has a hay bale dumped in water. Disappointing flora. Now, Dr. Barry, these locations are within 20 meters. If you take it from me, these locations are within 20 meters of the railway embankment east of Coul Farm. And what I want to suggest to you is that the blank area, or the white area, which we saw on figure 1 in appendix A, is in fact not colored by mistake, it's uncolored by mistake, but is in fact a BGS mapped area of radiary sandstone outcrop occurring there. And it would follow, and I put this to you, that you have either not seen or ignored outcrop at that location.
I've not seen an outcrop at that location.
You can't account for the white area on the map, can you?
No.
Well, we'll see what the witness has to say when he talks about the SD Sand Dune Vegetation Survey. But you're quite confident that you haven't seen an outcrop there.
Yes, that's good.
Thank you. If there was an outcrop there, would that in any way go towards demonstrating the presence of a seasonal aquifer within the radiary sandstone?
No,
Can you say why not?
because the aquifer is confined.
Well, I understand that's your primary position. But if bedrock is, in fact, on the surface and visible on the surface, one would look again at the contention, wouldn't one, that the aquifer is confined.
Depends where the confining layers are.
How would we resolve this difference, assuming it's a real difference, in your opinion?
We would need to go to that location now and examine it.
Yeah. And would we examine it on the surface, or would we examine it geotechnically by taking samples?
Well, both forms of investigation would be prudent.
I'm told by Dr. Dargy that the altitude of the outcrop, which he has identified in this location, and that will be his evidence, I understand, is at 4.94 meters AOD. Do you have any information about the rockhead altitude, presumably below ground, as you were saying, it's not an outcrop, at this part of Coul Ridge?
We have drilling records which show the subcrop of bedrock, certainly near to that area. It's showing rockheads coming in probably around about 8 meters AOD.
About 8 meters?
8 meters AOD.
Sure. May I just have one? If you could take up your recognition now. I'm finished with the sand dune survey, so you can close that down if you want to. And I might have to go back to CD 101. You've got your recognition in front of you. I'm looking at paragraph 3.5 now, which is on the third page. Dr. Dargy reports seepages observed within the former quarry structures present in situ attributed to bedrock groundwater source, referred to as the Dornoch bedrock aquifer. This statement is incorrect. Sand and gravel were mined from these quarries, not bedrock, which is approximately 10 to 12 meters below ground level within eastern regions of the application site. That's consistent then with the altitude you gave me a few minutes ago.
That's correct, yes. That's correct, yes.
Broadly consistent.
Yes.
I'm interested in the reference to quarry structures. I don't need to take you to the document, but Dr. Dargy doesn't talk about quarry structures, does he? He talks about a single quarry or evidence of a single quarry.
Where is that mentioned?
Very well. If you go to Dr. Dargy's inquiry statement and go to paragraph 86, which is on printed page 25. Paragraph 86, page 25 of Dr. Dargy's inquiry report, which is NC 138A.
If you just wait a moment, please.
Of course.
Do we have Dr. Dargy's inquiry report? Was it this one?
I thought I was being clear. I'm sorry.
No, Dr. Bowie was just looking for the document you referred to.
Oh, there's Dr. Barry. I thought you had it in front of you. NC 138A. Page 25, Dr. Bowie, paragraph 86. We could just read it together quickly. There are other important features on the profile line that have been missed by the applicant. The face of a raised beach cliff line a little to the east of the core path has probably been excavated, leaving an uneven floor about 100 metres wide, which contains the corridor of the Clue and Burn. The uneven quarry floor has a very steep back wall on its western side. A spring seepage line emerges a little above halfway. And there's some material about habitats. And if we turn the page at 87, there's reference in the first line to an old quarry wall. And at 89, in the first line, there's another reference to the quarry wall. There isn't reference here to structures. And so I'm keen to find out from you whether I should infer any different meaning from your own evidence in your recognition at 3.5, former quarry structures, first line.
I think it's just an indication of a former quarry there, just saying there's a structure of a former quarry within that area.
You're not talking about machinery and so on.
No.
Can I just put a bracket around structures then, and not to make a big deal of it, but I just wanted it to be accurate.
Yeah.
Now, you say at 3.5, Dr. Dargy reports seepages observed within the former quarry present in situ attributed to bedrock groundwater source, referred to as the Dornoch bedrock aquifer. With respect, Dr. Bowie, Dr. Dargy doesn't attribute the seepages to a bedrock groundwater source, does he? Just a groundwater source.
I think the inference was that it is bedrock, and if you're saying bedrock is coming out in the quarry 4, I think the inference is that it is a bedrock seepage.
So it's your inference. We can just note that, can we?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Is there, in your understanding, a distinction between what we've come to know as the Dornoch bedrock aquifer and the Dornoch coastal aquifer?
In terms of our we didn't make a differentiation, or we didn't make that differentiation in our interpretation of the work, in terms of the solid geology.
Just to help you, the environmental statement, which I know you didn't contribute to, refers to the Dornoch coastal aquifer. So for your notes, that's at paragraph 6.3.7. But Dr. Dargy has cited it from the environmental statement, not inferred the presence of bedrock. Now, I'd like you to look back at Dr. Dargy's inquiry report, paragraph 88, which is the page we were on. He says, I extend the surface of my main aquifer, shaded grey, to the west, and there are two intersections at approximately the levels of water strikes in September 2017. This suggests that the Dornoch bedrock aquifer is the main groundwater source, supporting GWDTE habitats south of the SSSI boundary. This is contrary to the applicant's conceptual site model, which marks an upper aquifer surface, presumably meaning the Dornoch coastal aquifer, as the groundwater passes. As the groundwater passing, should be passes, I think, passes through dunes to the east. I consider my evidence, based on the quarry wall spring line and my profile fit, to be by far the stronger as a representation of groundwaters present. So I said to you a little while ago, when trying to isolate the differences between you, you'd agree with me, I'm sure, that those two paragraphs represent an area of fundamental difference.
I understand. I understand the inference there that you have the Dornoch bedrock aquifer is what we're calling our bedrock aquifer, and then the Dornoch coastal aquifer is what we're indicating as the shallow groundwater within the superficials.
but we can see, does this highlight a difference for the reporters which they'll have to resolve?
I think it's a matter of terminology. I don't think it shows any fundamental difference in terms of our interpretation.
Did you walk your transect through the quarry?
Yes.
Still on your recognition, please, at 3.5, the last line, last two lines, which is approximately 10 to 12 meters below ground level within eastern regions of the application site. Could you help me to understand what I'm to understand by eastern regions?
Particularly it's the area of the site east of the railway line or beyond the railway line. Or certainly where the railway line tends to follow the raised beach feature, so it tends to be, we tend to consider an eastern region, that eastern area.
So can we note your evidence as meaning land lying to the east of the old railway line?
Yeah, I mean the railway line is a good feature to draw that reference point.
Is there a cross profile that the inquiry can refer to at any point across the eastern to show these features?
Certainly, there are drawings which do show those features. I mean, there are numerous drawings that show those features.
When you first developed your CSM, your conceptual site model, we have that, I think, in front of us. That's changed, hasn't it?
That's correct, it has, yes.
Can you tell us why?
It changed. It changed on the basis of the additional work that we did for the car licence. Particularly as we progressed into the project, we did more work, we did additional ground investigation, and our knowledge and understanding of the site increased with it.
Now, the original conceptual site model, if I've understood it correctly, which is in CD 1.101, Appendix
That's right,
H.
Appendix H.
Appendix H, shows no evidence of a confined bedrock aquifer, does it?
We were uncertain at the time of what the behaviour or what the ground, or certainly what the bedrock aquifer was giving, and certainly what its contribution was giving at the time. Mm-hmm. So the conceptual site model we presented at the time was really based on the best information that we had. There was certainly doubt that the aquifer was confined, but we didn't feel there was sufficient information that we could conclusively say with any certainty that it was. So we certainly left it open that the contribution, that there was a contribution from the basal aquifer to what groundwater is observed within the site.
This may be important, but it's probably a submission point, but it was on the basis of that SEPA did its initial evaluation, wasn't it? That's
correct, but we've since moved on with SEPA.
Well, I know, but
I make that absolutely clear. We have since moved on in knowledge with SEPA.
Yes, indeed.
We haven't done any additional work in a vacuum, and I think that's an important point that needs to be made.
SEPA were initially objectors to this application.
That's correct.
Withdrew their objection late in the day, and I'm just keen to find out the basis of the information on which they may have withdrawn their application. Now, there was no evidence of a confined aquifer in the bedrock. In the revised CSM is something that's been submitted to SEPA for your controlled activities regulations license. Is that correct?
No, there is evidence of a confined aquifer, and we certainly presented our text and our report conclusions clearly identifying a confined aquifer, a confined bedrock aquifer.
Well, we'll look at it together perhaps if we have time, but not at the moment. So far as your CAR license is concerned, that's work done by Stuart Burke and Kylo, is it by yourself?
That's correct, it's company I work with.
Thank you.
I can just correct you, that's Stuart Burke Associates.
Yeah. Did I not say that? Sorry.
You also mentioned the Kylo.
Stuart Burke Associates.
Just Stuart Burke Associates.
Right. Now, isn't it a formal requirement that you submit a conceptual site model with such an application?
The car license?
Mm.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And have you done that?
Yes, we have.
In the documents which are before the inquiry, I haven't seen any such conceptual site model. Is there one there? NC-106 is the document number. I can show that to you. NC-106, please. I've not been able to find within NC-106 any mention of a CSM, or conceptual site model, in the appendices.
There was a conceptual site model submitted to SEPA as part of the car licence. There's a conceptual site model which has been subject to 2 discussions now with SEPA. So there was one submitted. If it hasn't found its way into your documents through the freedom of information, then I can't make any comment in relation to that.
Please look at. Now this becomes difficult because there aren't any page numbers, but if you could go to the back and count inwards to the document 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages.
Is there a page number?
No, that's the point. There isn't a page number.
The page number's in my copy.
It's called Appendix I, Long Section Sketches for Abstraction Wells and Monitoring Wells. In the version recovered from SEPA by a Freedom of Information request, 5 pages in from the back, 2, 4, 5, 6, beg your pardon, 7 pages in from the back, there's a drawing that looks like this on graph paper. You have it. Show me what you're looking at. Yeah. One in your right hand, I think.
That's certainly an update of our conceptual model.
I didn't hear that answer, sorry.
That's certainly an update of our conceptual model.
Is this a document that would have been presented to SEPA?
That's correct, yes.
Can you explain from that document the geology and hydrology?
That document accompanied with our text, yes, we can. And we have.
I tell you why we've had trouble with this, Doctor.
I'm not surprised, given the scale.
Well, scale apart, it seems to be mirror imaged and unreadable.
Well, it will be at that scale.
Well, I have it at a much better scale, and I can see it. But all the writing on the text on it, and both on the drawing and in the legend, is mirror imaged. And what I'm keen to find out is if this is what you presented to SEPA as a CSM. I think you're saying it isn't.
No, yes, I am saying yes, it is. What we have presented is a CSM.
Is this what you have presented? In this form?
Not in that form, no.
Do you know whether it was presented to SEPA, upside down and mirror imaged?
It was presented to SEPA like this.
On an A3 sheet?
Correct.
Is that
We've had several discussions with SEPA on this. They've never complained.
So would it be helpful to have that reproduced at some point in proper format?
Sorry,
that's a helpful suggestion.
when you say it's reproduced, do you mean exactly the same drawing but the right way round and at a scale? which is easy to read. So it's the same material.
Yes, indeed.
Right. So I'm puzzling. The last line of questioning is escaping me then. If you've got a copy at the right scale and the right way round.
I've established that SEPA has had from this witness's firm a document in support of a car license. I've also now established that that may be called the conceptual site model.
Yes.
Am I right?
That's right.
Okay. However, the version that was furnished to me by SEPA upon request is mirror imaged and is unreadable. And so what I was going to go on to ask you was, is that the reason why SEPA is not dealt with this application, why it's been postponed and sent back to you?
No, the car license application has not been postponed, and the car license application has not been sent back to us.
Right.
The car licensing is progressing.
Right. Do you tell us that there is an additional conceptual site model presented to SEPA in support of that application, which is not this document, but is another document? It just happens to be not here.
Correct.
What is the form of it?
The form of?
What is the nature of it? Is it a drawing, a map, a plan?
The conceptual site model?
Yes.
The conceptual site model forms the plan as you have, in addition to our Volume 1 and Volume 2 groundwater abstraction reports.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just clarify? So there is this plan here has been superseded by a more recent version. Is that what I understood you said there?
Which one is it you have there, sir?
Well, the backwards one.
No,
the one we were looking
at. The backwards one is a very poorly reproduced version of the one which is current and is with SEPA, or has been approved by SEPA for the car licence.
But this, regardless of how it's presented here,
This
is the current one.
Yes.
Can I take you to Dr. Dargy's report, which I'm sure you remember has a number of annexes. The first of the annexes is entitled Annex 1, A3, Tables and Figures. And within that document, I would like you to go to page 95, please. Got that?
Yes.
Is that the same document?
Figure 2?
Indeed. Can you explain from that document, please, the confined aquifer, which is central to your evidence?
The confined aquifer is, in effect, it's it is the bedrock. The bedrock is the confined aquifer.
Can you show me that on the drawing, please, to help me to understand?
These features here.
Okay, you need to show the reporters as well. Perhaps, could I just come around and show us all at once? Just hold on.
Bedrock aquifer is in effect is bedrock below the blue feature.
So the yellow portion below the blue feature
This is all
about that representation, please, before we move on. What level is sea level set at there?
Which mean high water springs, mean low water springs?
Well, what is it set, what is mean high water spring set at?
Well, mean high water springs is set at around 4 metres AOD.
I thought we heard Dr. Hansom and certainly in Dr. Dargy's evidence suggest a figure of 1.97 AOD.
Well, it does vary. The mean high water spring level that we had shown is what's shown in the Ordnance Survey map.
You used the Ordnance Survey record?
That's correct, yes.
That's fine, just as long as we know. Second thing I want to ask you about is the big dune shown there. The transect line seems to go. The transect line seems to go through the big dune. It's 15.8 meters high. We know that. You have it at 7 meters.
The dune feature there, it may follow it may or may not follow the concept or the projected line accurately, but it's certainly just to show the kind of conceptualization of where the dunes are.
Conceptualization of where the dunes are. Okay. And the third thing is we see the two western boreholes, BH1 and BH2. You have a fault line showing, I think, between those two western boreholes.
That's correct.
Is
Yes.
that a revised
Yes.
perception of the geology then?
Yes.
What's the nature of the fault?
Probably it may. Well, it could be many. There could be numerous mechanisms which have caused the fault. It could be an isotectonic rebound that's opened up a weakened fracture within the rock, or it could be from past folding or movement. There's many possibilities which could render a fault.
Have you discovered, maybe the wrong word, have you interpreted the geology so as to reveal the existence of that fault from the evidence of the two boreholes?
Well, certainly the boreholes have informed that, and the behaviour of borehole 2 has informed our conclusions that there is a fault there.
Is that central to the evidence which you presented to SEPA to demonstrate a confined aquifer?
Yes.
Now, there are two other wells, I think, monitoring wells, is that right?
That's correct,
MW1
yes.
and 2. I think this profile in front of us runs from west to east, does it?
Yes.
So MW2 is west of MW1. Is that what it's showing?
MW2 is east of MW1.
Is it east of MW1?
Yes.
This doesn't show grid references, does it?
No, it doesn't.
No, it would take too much time to go through that. I'd like to move on now, if I could, to something else and put that away. The question of contaminated land is troubling me.
Yes.
I'll just wait till you've got rid of that. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Much obliged. It would be very unpopular, Mr. Barry, if you'd drop it. Is it the case that there is an old waste tip located under the proposed green of the 14th hole?
Yes, I understand so, yes.
And that's described in the environmental statement. Sorry, that is not described in the environmental statement. Do you know why not?
No, I do not.
You say in your precognition, paragraph 2.4, which is on the second page, matters associated with contaminated land have been dealt with elsewhere, such as Inquiry Report APP 5.1 and associated correspondence. These submissions relating to contaminated land provide a concise and robust rebuttal of uninformed statements and comments made by not Coul. That's a generic reference to my clients, not to Dr. Dargy. Is it in fact a reference to Dr. Dargy's work?
That's a reference to not Coul, because the information I reviewed in relation to contaminated land was presented by not Coul.
Right, so is that from the objection submitted in November 2017? Or
no, the information I reviewed is dated May 2018.
Made the second objection, a further objection.
Right, that's the only objection I've seen.
And you describe it as uninformed statements and comments made by not Coul. Now, I beg your pardon if you just bear with me a second. Document NC94 is the second volume of the Sand Dune Vegetation Survey of Scotland in the Moray Firth, dated 2001 by Dr. Dargy. You don't need to turn it up. Would you take it from me that a rubbish tip is shown there in that location?
Yes, I mean the rubbish tip is, the old tip is referenced in the old OS maps.
Do you know why it's not referred to in the environmental statement?
I think it is referenced. I think there is. I don't know. I don't know. If it's not been given in any detail in the environmental statement, I don't know. We're not involved in the project at that stage.
It's just the language, you know, the uninformed and the ill-informed and the conceptual and the implausible and the constant sort of attrition of the denigration of the scientific method applied by Dr. Dargy is wearing a bit thin and is going to be challenged, of course, in evidence.
The point of I think the point of reference is important here, because the information I reviewed was an essay presented by not Coul in relation to matters associated with contaminated land.
Yes.
The presentation of the methodology of assessment and interpretation, from my experience in working in contaminated land, was lacking. And it certainly wouldn't be. It would not have been accepted by ourselves as a business, nor as if we presented that information to a regulator. Because
a different set of guidance was used to discover and to isolate this contaminated area.
No, because in the UK there's only one form of assessment for contaminated land.
So the real quarrel then is using the wrong form. Is a third party using the wrong form of assessment? No.
There's a baseline set down within BS 10175 and also the contaminated land regulations, particularly Part 2 of the Environmental Protection Act, which gives quite clear statements in terms of how contaminated land has to be investigated and interpreted, but also in terms of methodology that we read, in terms of how not Coul presented the results, and maybe even also in terms of sampling and sampling protocol. We have difference there.
Because the explanation for the contaminated land, in inverted commas, was, if you like, discovered and elucidated in the context of looking at GWDTEs, wasn't it? Not contaminated land at all.
Well, it depends. I mean, what interpretation are you putting on contaminated land? I mean, is it just a use of term between the two of us just now having a discussion? Because there's a seriousness associated with the definition of contaminated land. Because contaminated land is a legal term within Part 2 of the Environmental Protection Act. So simply because there's quarries there filled with waste, unless there's a source pathway and receptor linkage being able to be demonstrated, then no part of that or any part of the site can be considered as contaminated land on the basis of Part 2A regulations.
Is that not imposing rather a heavy burden on third parties?
No, because it will be the responsibility of the applicant to investigate the potential for contaminated land associated with the development of that site. And certainly we've had discussions with the Highland Council Contaminated Land Unit on how that would be done and how that will be dealt with.
Mm-hmm. So your real quarrel is in not Coul's approach to what it perceived as contaminated land with a small c, rather than your professional approach being experts using published guidance with a capital C for contaminated land.
No, our concerns is that the statements were made that this is contaminated land. Yeah. Our concerns is the methodology used to try and purport that there's contaminated land present, which are very misleading statements, and to people who are not aware of regulation or who don't work within the industry can see that as very alarmist.
See it as alarmist?
Correct.
I think we're in agreement, aren't we, that whether it's contaminated land properly so-called or simply the uncovering of a waste tip which was unregulated, that there is a potential here for a problem if this is located underneath the 14th green or T, I can't remember which.
No, I don't agree that it is a potential for a problem.
Not at all.
No, I do not agree that it has a potential for a problem.
So you would say excavate it, clean it up, and move on?
It needs an appropriate form of investigation. It needs an appropriate form of assessment in conjunction with the Highland Council. And then, if necessary, it needs a proper form of remediation and validation to certify that it is not and will not cause harm.
Can you agree that in the form it's been discovered, it is a potentially significant adverse impact on the environment which should have been fully reported in the environmental statement?
No, I don't agree with the kind of the drama in your language. I don't agree with that.
There's no drama in my language.
No, I don't agree with your suggestion.
Okay, an environmental statement is supposed to report significant environmental impacts, whether actual or potential. What I'm suggesting to you is that this is potentially a significant adverse environmental impact, which would require, at the very least, to be investigated. Do you agree or not?
Yes, I agree. I agree with in the principles of contaminated land investigation. Yes, I agree. However, the environmental statement did identify there were former tips present. They were old household waste tips. We did have discussions. Once we were involved in the project, we did have discussions with the Highland Council in relation to what they were. They were not on the Highland Council's radar as potential, as I'm going to use the word, as structures which had potential to cause harm.
So we don't know, as we sit here, do we, whether this is potentially something that is easily dealt with or might be very much more complicated to deal with, unless there is a proper investigation.
That's correct. They do need investigation, and it needs to go through a proper process.
Yeah. And there's a planning condition to that effect, I think.
That's correct, yes.
You've no doubt reviewed that.
Yes, that's correct. We discussed the terms of that planning consent with Highland Council.
So we can agree, can't we, that at the very least this is unfinished business for this project?
Oh, indeed.
Yeah. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. I'd like you to pick up your own inquiry report, please. and go to Appendix 3, page 2, where there is a section entitled Ecology. Got that?
Yes, I have, yes.
This relates to CD 3.12, which is not Coul's further objection of May 2018. Is that right? And I think it relates to not Coul's work on... I'm sorry.
This is a letter we wrote to SEPA, 10th of June 2018.
Sorry, are you looking at Appendix 3, page 2? You got it?
Have you got an electronic page to help us here, Mr. Campbell?
Sorry, if you bear with me.
Is this it's a table, Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, I heard it. I'm not sure. I may just have a moment. This way without spending too much time ferreting through the documents. When you looked at the GWDTEs, did you do new mapping or did you rely on Alba Ecology's mapping?
For ecology? Yes, relied on Alba Ecology's mapping.
In your inquiry report, you say in Appendix 3, page 2, we consider that the additional...
Sorry, Mr. Campbell, I can't find an Appendix 3 of Dr. Bowie's inquiry report.
Well, I just have to ask you to give me a moment to look through it.
So it's at page 27. Page 27.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's another example of multiple appendices. There's an Appendix 2 further down in the document, so that's where I finished with, so thank you.
Appendix 3, page 1 is, just for the notes, a letter to SEPA.
Correct, 4th of June 2018.
4th of June 2018. The second page has a subheading, Ecology. Is that right?
Correct.
If I may read with you from the second sentence, we consider the additional ecological habitat survey presented by Not Coul, together with their associated ecological commentary, as overly and unnecessarily complex and are an unhelpful distraction. It is our view that the information provided by Dr. Dargy neither refutes nor furthers the current understanding of the overall ecology at Coul links as presented by the applicant to date. And it goes on to talk about the applicant's ecological surveys. Can I just be clear that this is you writing, is it? Or your staff?
It's me writing on behalf of Coul Links,
Yeah.
the Coul Links team. Certainly we were leading consultations with SEPA and SNH at the time, and we were appointed to lead a joint letter from the Coul Link team in relation to the Not Coul further objection.
not cool further objection, which is of May 2018, is NC. Sorry. NC 22. In NC 22, at page 26, that's internal page 26, there are two maps. I think. No.
Page 25.
Sorry, Dr. Barry, I've been given wrong information. Yeah, internal page 33, I think. Yeah. The not cool further objection, internal page 33, there are two maps. Which relate to not cool submitted work on GWDTEs around hole 14. Now, my instructions are that these maps show a significant difference between Dr. Dargy's survey on the one hand and Alba's maps on the other hand. You have described these as overly and unnecessarily complex and an unhelpful distraction. So more pejorative language about not cool's evidence. What I want to try and understand is why these maps are not helpful, why they're overly and unnecessarily complex, when self-evidently they're more precise.
You would need to ask my ecology colleagues in relation to that, because I don't do ecology. As I said, I footed this letter in relation for Coul links, the team Coul links. I was given the text on ecology by the ecologists. I don't do ecology. I make no attempt to do ecology. I'm not an ecologist.
Okay, so in the letter to SEPA, which you signed and which is on your firm's note paper,
that's correct.
You did not write that section.
That's correct.
Thank you. You can't help me with understanding why these are classified as unhelpful.
No, in terms of, I make it absolutely clear, I'm not an ecologist.
No, you've made
I
that
cannot
clear.
do ecology.
I understand that. It doesn't matter whether it's usual or unusual. I understand now that you didn't write it, so that's fine. It's for you. It's not for you. It is for you. Can I take it from that last answer that you can't really answer any questions for me about the competence and robustness of the ecological surveys?
That's correct.
That's a matter for Dr. Cosgrove.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I'd like to turn now, if I may please, to think for a moment about sand dune hydrogeology, or hydrology rather. I can take it, since you have vast experience, that you've worked in sand dune terrains before, have you?
I have. Certainly, this one is the certainly the most is the most interesting that we've worked with.
I'm not sure interesting helps me. Does that mean you've not or you have worked in sand dune terrain before?
We certainly have. However, this one is certainly the first in terms of how we've assessed the hydrology of an overall system.
Okay. How old is the firm that you work for or are a partner of?
Stuart Burke Associates, 3-4 years now.
I ask these questions because there aren't many citations within your work of published literature on sand dune hydrology. Can I take it then that, not wishing to diminish your experience in any way, but this is a bit of a new area, challenging area for you?
It's certainly a challenging area. It's definitely a new area.
You are, once again, quite dismissive about Dargie's work. You say it's uninformed and unproven hypothetical conjecture. That's your recognition at 2.2. Uninformed and unproven hypothetical conjecture against the work of somebody who has worked in sand dune hydrology for 50 years and who is the author of the Sand Dune Vegetation Survey of Scotland in 2 volumes and many other works. So thinking about that language, is it justified?
Yes.
Completely justified in relation to sand dune hydrology?
In terms of how the hydrology and the hydraulics has been presented, yes.
Okay. So your comment about conjecture then is confined to the mechanics of hydrology, fluid mechanics, if you like.
Correct. I mean, I make no comment at all on Dr. Dargie's ability as an ecologist. You know, I'm not qualified to make any comment.
You haven't done that?
Correct. I have not.
Right. You are. You say at 3.3 of your recognition that the domed water table, which is central to Dr. Dargie's presentation, is a conjecture. You're aware, I'm sure, that he has tabled the results of his ground survey.
Yes.
And that he has tabled 3,800 data points in relation to his work.
Yes, and certainly certainly don't diminish the work, or certainly the effort.
It must follow then that you are saying that despite the effort and despite the presentation of the results, that the conclusion is inherently flawed and of no value.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that's you speaking, is it, not your team?
That's me speaking, yes. These are my words.
If you just bear with me a second, Dr. Barry. I have 1 or 2 questions about pump testing. Just moving along. Is it right to understand that the initial presentation of results to SEPA in 2017 were rejected by them as being insufficient?
No.
SEPA maintained an objection beyond that date, didn't it? Wasn't it based on inadequate analysis by way of pump testing?
No, they required additional information. It wasn't there was no objection. Certainly within the car process, there's no objection. They requested additional information.
These boreholes were drilled in the summer of 2017 by a firm called 2IC. Is that correct?
2IC were the overseeing consultant. I understand they were drilled by a ground investigation contractor. I can't remember. Drill Corp, a company called Drill Corp.
Could you take up, please, CD 1.168? Is 168, CD 1.168, a document entitled Groundwater Investigations, Coul Links, Client STRI, with the address of the drilling consultants 2IC at the foot of the first page, along the bottom line.
Yes.
That's right. Could you turn into page 5, Plan 1, Plans 2, 3 and 4 are on successive pages. Now, these plans are, at least to me, virtually illegible, and they have no grid lines. Do you agree?
That's correct, yes.
Is this the reason, or part of the reason, why SEPA rejected these results initially?
Certainly that was not inferred to me by SEPA.
How can we tell, or can we tell from these locations where the boreholes were placed?
From these plans, you cannot.
You cannot. Is there another document from which you can?
Yeah, certainly we have produced other documents which give a much clearer representation of where the boreholes actually are. We haven't used these. We haven't attempted to reuse these figures. We've certainly. They don't reproduce very well, as you've indicated.
Have you made your own figures?
Yes, we have.
Were they before the inquiry?
There'll be figures within our groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems review and assessment report.
Okay. That would be 1.101. No, we don't need to get that, it's all right. I'm interested in the tables which we find on pages 14 and 15. Please. Could I look at the table on page 14? Please tell me what I'm seeing there. It's very hard to read because of the blue banding, but I think the columns reading from the left are the time, presumably that's the time of the reading, the flow, the date, time. What is the fourth column? Time diff in hours.
Time difference from the start of the, I think it's the start of the pumping test, or
right.
start of the step test.
Okay. LPS?
Pass, don't know. I need to go through the document.
Okay. M3H is presumably cubic meters per hour.
Correct.
And total cubic meters per day.
That's, yeah, in terms of that's the amount of water that's been extracted from the well.
Now, what can we learn from these tables in terms of yield, please?
From the table, very little. It's not clear. I mean, probably all the table would tell you, maybe it would give you an indication of what is possibly a sustainable abstraction rate from that borehole.
Well, how does a professional like you do that? Do you add all these together and make an average, or how do you?
No, we take the tables, and from that we create figures, and we can show.
Speak up a wee bit.
We create tables, and we create a figure which will show the drawdown with time, and also the pumping rate with time, and from that you can infer what abstraction rate your borehole can sustain. In other words, if you pump too fast within the borehole, you draw the water head down. If you're pumping too hard, then you just keep drawing the head down. You need to get to a sustainable point where, as you're pumping, you get no further draw of head, so you get a static head whilst maintaining a constant rate of pumping.
So, in layman's language, you can only extract as fast as the aquifer can recharge itself.
That's correct. Yes.
And what is the result of these tests when we ask the question, what is a sustainable rate of flow?
These gentlemen presented an abstraction rate of 290 metres cubed per day.
Is it relevant to us to know how long it would take to fill the reservoir at that rate? Do you think?
I guess it's just a question of maths. You have a storage volume in the reservoir and you have an abstraction rate.
Do we know anything about the sustainability of the supply in the aquifer?
In the aquifer. It's a substantial aquifer, vast, I think is probably the best way to describe the aquifer in terms of its aerial extent and its storativity of groundwater. It's certainly a valuable resource throughout the region for domestic supplies and also commercial supplies.
Does that mean that domestic supplies are being taken from it at present?
Are not being taken from
Are
it.
being taken.
Correct, they are, yes.
Where is that abstraction point, do you know?
There are abstraction points local to Coul links. I think some of the domestic houses use it as a water supply.
So this will be an additional abstraction point.
That's correct.
Hence
yes.
the need for a
yes,
car license.
indeed, yes.
There is another document, NC-107, which shows additional tests done in 2018, which show slightly different abstraction rates.
Yes, that's our work, yes.
And that's your work.
That's correct, yes.
Are those figures actual, or are they in some way tailored to conditions?
No, they're actual extraction figures, yes.
And have you come to a view about what is a sustainable abstraction rate?
Yes, we have, yes.
What is that?
It's between upper limit of which we were 225 metres cubed per day to 230 metres cubed per day.
225 to 230?
That's correct.
Is there any way that you can, short of measurement of the location of the waterhead, assess the ability of the aquifer to recharge itself?
Yes, I mean we do the pumping test. So we draw the well. In terms of the pumping test, we have very simply put, we need two boreholes. One is the abstraction well. The second one, which is at least 100 metres from the abstraction well, is called the monitoring well. You abstract from the abstraction well and monitor in the monitoring well. So you're abstracting water from the well and you're monitoring the reduction in groundwater within the monitoring well. You pump to an agreed rate. You draw down over an agreed period. You draw down the head of water in the monitoring well, and then you turn the pump off. And then you monitor or you measure over a certain period of time the rebound of the water within the monitoring well, and that way that gives you an estimate of the storage capacity and the ability of the aquifer to supply you with a water supply.
It doesn't tell you anything about the duration of the supply, of course, but it tells you that at the time you make those measurements.
That's correct. I mean, the duration of the supply is already been, that's work that's been done long past by predecessors of SEPA. In terms of the aerial extent of this aquifer and also how this aquifer is recharged.
I'd like you to take up, please, NC-107, which is the abstraction license request for further information, Volume 2.
Thank you. Can I have that reference again, please, Mr. Campbell?
I beg your pardon?
Can I have that reference again, please?
NC-107.
NC-107.
And within the document, it's quite a large document, if you can go to page 92 and find figure D11. It's very few pages from the back, 3 pages from the back, 4 pages from the back. should have a drawing at D11 looks like this.
That's correct.
Yeah. Go ahead. No,
Sorry?
I'm just wondering if you're looking for it. Sorry, it's NC 107.
No, I have it, thank you.
You have it. What is shown here?
What's shown there is the measured response of the drawdown in the abstraction borehole, borehole 1, the measured response of the drawdown in the monitoring borehole, borehole 2, which was 100 metres away from the monitoring well, and also the measured response of the monitoring wells, MW1 and MW2.
I think you said that borehole 2 was the monitoring well in that
Yeah,
answer.
well, as I said as well, simply put, on the purposes of our abstraction test, we also had an additional 2 monitoring wells down in the eastern regions of the site.
Borehole 2, though, is an abstraction well.
Wrong, borehole 1 is the abstraction well.
The reason I'm asking these questions is that the graph presents apparently dramatically different results for borehole 1 and 2.
That's correct, yes, because borehole 1 is where you actually you're drawing the water out through pumping.
Right.
Borehole 2 is the monitoring well, which was positioned 100 metres away from borehole 1.
So we're not seeing abstraction from borehole 2 then in this drawing?
No.
And what are we seeing in the zigzag lines, which are, I think, labelled according to the legend MW1 and 2?
That's the measured response of, well, that's the measured groundwater response in the monitoring boreholes down towards the triple SI.
So these are, if you like, 2 additional boreholes.
Correct, yeah, they're remote from the abstraction.
And when you say the measured groundwater response, explain that to me, please.
It's measuring the groundwater and over that time frame, which was coincident with the test, within those monitoring wells.
Time is elapsed in minutes along the bottom axis.
Yes.
And can we see that for the 2 monitoring wells, there appear to be bumps in the graph?
Yes.
Is that to do with the tide?
There is a tidal influence, yes.
Yeah. So that's yes, is it?
Yes.
So if we see 2 in 24 hours, you'll have to help me. This graph runs from 0 to 50.
Yeah, I mean the
19,000 minutes. What is that in days?
Oh, God, I need to do the sum.
I can do it myself. It's all right.
Please.
Should have done it before. About 8.5 days, I think.
Yeah, I mean the pumping test was geared with a consultation with CEPA. There's a first phase of the pumping test, which is to purge the well. So you pump continuously for, I think it's about 5 days. And then from then you start the pumping test proper. And what I mean by that is that's the bit where you're actually monitoring or trying to make the estimate of the aquifer over a period of 10 days. And then there's a period after that, again, of 4 or 5 days, which is allowing the monitoring well to rebound, so you can then estimate, which also gives you data that you can estimate your aquifer characteristics.
Where we see the zigzag graphs running left to right, we don't see any sign of recovery of the waterhead level, do we, in the monitoring wells?
There's a slight recovery. I mean, at that scale you won't. It will not be as apparent, but there is a slight recovery. There is a slight rebound in the monitoring wells. But the monitoring wells are within a different groundwater system to what the boreholes are in.
A different what?
They're in a different aquifer to what the boreholes are monitoring.
So are they useless for monitoring the performance of the boreholes if they're in a different aquifer?
No, I don't think they're certainly not useless. I mean, certainly what they're doing is they're looking for an interrelationship between what's going on in the dune slacks and what may happen if we start abstracting the quantities of water which are proposed. So certainly they're not useless. They're an important part of monitoring.
Does the rate of abstraction from the boreholes, that's BH1 and 2, affect the water levels in the dune slacks?
We didn't see any firm correlation between the two. The poor response of the monitoring wells, particularly they were slow to rebound, left us with reasonable doubt that there may be an interrelationship between the water you take out from the deep aquifer and the shallow aquifer. But we think with ongoing groundwater monitoring that the drawdown that's shown in the monitoring wells is actually due just to a natural seasonal drop in groundwater within the shallow aquifer system.
But 8.3 days is not a season, is it?
No, it's not, but it's a valuable timeline on which we can make reasonable assessment.
How fast does groundwater move?
How quick does your hair grow?
Well, I've got some left, so.
It depends on the permeability of the medium in which it flows through. Groundwater within the rock aquifer, the bedrock aquifer, I've mentioned it in the reports, the old water will have been there for hundreds of years, and it will take hundreds of years to cover, in terms of our understanding of distance, hundreds of years to cover those small distances. In terms of the shallow aquifer, which is a much more porous medium, groundwater will travel fairly quickly.
Central to your hypothesis is that there's a confined bedrock aquifer into which you have sunk boreholes 1 and 2.
That's correct.
What I thought I was asking you is, do you expect to see a reflection of that drawdown at the readings taken at the monitoring wells?
No.
Did you in fact see that reflection?
No, I'm not convinced that there is an interrelationship.
You don't seem terribly sure.
I think it's reasonable, given the importance of the slack, to present plausible doubt. But I'm not convinced.
Sorry, can you answer the question?
I think it's reasonable, given you mentioned it yourself in terms of the timescales. I think it's reasonable to present plausible doubt that there may have been an interrelationship. Certainly, I'm no longer, in terms of the information that we have and how we've continued working with SEPA, I'm not convinced that there is an interrelationship now between what we're extracting from the boreholes and what we see down at the dune slacks.
Forgive the double negative, but you're not saying there is no relationship with confidence, are you?
I think that's correct, yes.
Thank you.
I wonder if I can, forgive me just for asking for clarification. So I thought you were saying earlier, Dr. Bowie, that the MW2 and MW1 holes are in a different aquifer, and therefore I thought the implication of that was be that there wouldn't be a relationship between what we're seeing for those wells and what was extracted in the borehole, in the abstraction hole. Is that? Did I understand that right?
Yeah, that is correct. It is correct. They are on two different. The best way to think about it is they're on two different tram lines. Yeah.
So that any apparent effect here of at the same time as you start to abstract water, the grey and the yellow lines start to go downhill, that's just entirely coincidental and might have been just general fluctuations. You said seasonal, but it might have been a dry week or whatever. Yeah,
it is. The pumping test was done over the summer months when the background groundwater level is falling. And I think that's what we've picked up in the monitoring. And certainly the scale on this graph makes the fall look more dramatic than it actually is. It's the actual fall of the monitoring wells is only a few hundred millimetres. The behaviour of what we're observing on the monitoring wells, it is fairly complex in terms of how the aquifer is behaving. The drawdown of the monitoring wells which have been produced or drilled into the drilled local to the SSIs, they also penetrate the same aquifer as which we're drawing from, or certainly penetrate the upper regions of the aquifer, and certainly the drawdown, or probably the reason why we're seeing a very slow kick back from those monitoring wells, is that when we've drawn water from the abstraction wells, we've actually released the pressure in the aquifer, and the aquifer has actually gone through what's called an elastic relaxation. So the aquifer, like and the water inside, is the pressure drop. There's been a pressure drop, but it's relaxed, and I think that's more the drop of what we're seeing. And then the rebound associated won't necessarily be observed within the monitoring wells until that pressure has been regained, and then it starts to then push back up against the aquifer.
Okay, so isn't that saying then that this isn't entirely a coincidental thing? That I thought you were saying there that the MW1 and MW2 results are a result of the abstraction, if an indirect result perhaps. But
yeah, I
there is a connection.
think there's exaggeration there because the monitoring wells go too deep. The monitoring wells really should have just terminated on bedrock, when they should have just gone into the superficial soils themselves. So what they're picking up on is the elastic relaxation of the rebound as you start pumping.
Okay, and if this had been over a longer time frame, your expectation would be that there would be recovery in those two wells?
They would have kicked back up, although it may be that the rebound in those monitoring wells is being masked because the natural background water level is continuously falling.
Okay, yeah, so that might be an additional factor that we're not aware of.
Yeah.
And so this is only for this period. There's not another different set of results where you've done this at a different time. But SEPA's request for further monitoring over the summer months, which I think is one of the later documents that we've seen, yeah. Would that be rerunning these this year again, so that you might have multiple versions of this?
No. The additional information that SEPA want is simply just the groundwater level, but there's been no further request for differential pumping tests. So it's following the natural groundwater, the groundwater depth within the monitoring wells in MW1 and MW2 over an additional 6 months. They want to see how it falls over the full summer period from April through to the end of September. We've only captured up to the end from January through to the end of July.
Okay, so in terms of what this figure is showing, this is the only evidence that we're going to have in terms of this relation, or the only version of this graph, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I mean that just shows groundwater levels which were present within those wells at the time of pumping.
Okay, thank you.
How deep's the monitoring?
I was going to ask Mr. Campbell, how much have you got to go? Because if we were looking for a break this morning. Right, I think this is probably a good time to take a short break, if you're okay with that. Let's resume at past. We've had a request from the audience to make sure that we use the microphones correctly. Problem being that when we face away from the microphone, the detail doesn't get picked up as it should, and we need to keep that in mind if we could. Thank you.
I'm still concerned to understand properly the possibility of any connection between the water body into which the boreholes are sunk and the water body into which the MW, the monitoring wells, are sunk. So first basic question is there a connection?
No, I don't consider there's a connection.
You don't believe there is?
No.
So that, assuming the boreholes, as you put it, release pressure in the aquifer, that shouldn't have any effect on what we can read at the monitoring wells.
Correct.
So what did you mean then when you gave answers before the break, which seemed to imply at least that there was some...
Sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Sorry?
I'm not understanding your question, sorry.
Before the break, you seemed to say that there was a possibility of some connection between the water body into which the boreholes were sunk and the water body into which the monitoring wells were sunk, and that we saw that in drawing D11. That's what you seem to me, or that's what I took from
Oh, I
it.
see, yes. Yeah.
Now, am I right or am I wrong?
I think when we're writing the report and we're assessing the results, there's the two possibilities that we considered, which were for the fall in groundwater within the monitoring wells. When I say monitoring wells, I'm referencing the wells in the local to the SSSI. Okay. MW1 and
The ones
MW2.
labelled MW1 and 2
Correct.
in drawing D11.
Yes.
Right.
When we were considering the results, we did consider a possibility. Well, what we're hunting is an interrelationship. So we've presented that as a hypothesis. Is there an interrelationship? Now, we convince ourselves there is or there isn't. So we need plausible data to be able to confidently say there isn't.
Mm-hmm. Have you got that?
We have. I think the reports here are written or presented to the inquiry in isolation of the groundwater depth monitoring for all the boreholes. Mm-hmm. And the groundwater depth monitoring provide an additional story or an additional part of the jigsaw which helps us conclude that there isn't an interrelationship present. And I reiterate, there is not an interrelationship present.
It sounds from that answer as if this is a matter of professional judgment, not really capable of being bottomed out one way or the other.
I disagree. In fact, I do disagree. We've had substantial consultation with SEPA on these results and the groundwater monitoring results. And it's unfortunate that we can't present that to the inquiry.
The reason I'm confused about this, and I don't think I'm alone, may stem from the drawing we looked at in your GWDTE report and reflected in Dr. Dargy's inquiry report, the one that was mirror imaged.
I don't think that drawing was reproduced in our GWDT report of January 2018. I think that one is superseded. That one followed the car licence.
All right. I'm sorry, I've got that wrong. It doesn't appear clear from this drawing that the water bodies into which these 4 wells are sunk are necessarily separated.
It will not, because you're not considering that plan in conjunction with the text that we've also presented to support that plan.
Right. So to form a final view about this, we have to read this with the text that relates to it.
That's correct. I mean, it all forms part of the detail of the car licence which we're going through with SEPA.
And it may or may not be right in the environmental statement.
The environmental statement will go back to the understanding of the site in 2017.
But your position today, I think, is that you are exercising a professional judgment saying that there's no subterranean connection between the borehole water body and the monitoring well water body.
I have exercised an engineer's judgment or an engineer's conclusion based on the available facts, and that is a wealth of data and data which has been collected since 2017 through to the current day. And the conclusion that we have drawn is there is not an interrelationship between the borehole abstraction and the water behaviour in the dune slags.
Thank you. Where do you come with the idea that pressure is released when you sink a borehole into a confined bedrock aquifer?
Where?
Yeah, how is pressure released? That isn't water under pressure. That's water in a confined bedrock aquifer.
That's correct. Water is confined within the aquifer.
Yeah, but not under pressure.
No, it is under pressure because water's trying to get in. It needs to get out. It can't get out. Pressure is induced. It's simply just, if you stick your finger at the end of a tap, you'll feel the pressure as you're restricting the outflow of the water relative to the inflow.
Right, let's move on to something else. I'm nearly finished. Dr. Dargy, as you know, predicates the existence of a domed aquifer in the northern part of the site.
Yes.
And he approaches that on the basis of a large number of data points and an analysis of surface ecology.
Okay.
Is that right?
You
are, I think, unpersuaded, to put it no higher, that an ecological approach is sufficient. Rather.
Yes, I'm unpersuaded.
Right. Do you agree that an ecological approach is a satisfactory starting point? You can tell by what grows on the surface what may be underneath.
It depends on the context.
Is he safe to start with an ecological approach?
Being an engineer, from an engineering point of view, no, I would suggest he's not.
So do you rule it out altogether as a valid technique?
No, it has a place in the assessment, as we've shown in the assessment of groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems. However, in terms of a vast geological aquifer, I can't follow how the ecology can inform a conclusion in relation to the aquifer.
It's clear, isn't it, that some plants growing on the surface require less nutrient than others, and that an ecologist trained in observation may be able to tell what is happening below ground by what he sees on the surface.
But that will only depend on what the shallow surface or the shallow groundwater characteristics are.
Quite so, but that water has to come from somewhere.
Indeed it does, yes.
Now, are we clear that you absolutely refute the existence of a domed aquifer in the north part of the site?
Yes, I do.
Right. Fine. We learnt in evidence from Mr. Taylor last week, or perhaps even the week before, that as part of the description of works which may be required, it was proposed to insert an impermeable membrane under greens and tees, together with the installation of a collection vessel or a collection pond. So for your notes, that's in CD 1.101, Appendix 5.8, pages 41 to 45. You don't need to... certainly, CD 1.101, Appendix 5.8, pages 41 to 45. I don't need you to go there, Dr. Barry. But you have gone there anyway.
I've gone there. I'd like to see it.
And you see the passage, which
yes,
is
I do, yes,
highlighted in yellow. Are you able to confirm that this has been accepted by SEPA as an appropriate methodology?
Yes, it has. It was agreed with SEPA. Certainly the mitigation points that we presented when we did the groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems review and assessment was concluded with SEPA, yes.
That is found, or has been found, in the schedule of mitigation, which is produced by the applicants.
That's correct, yes.
Why is it there, and why is this technique proposed?
Why is the schedule of mitigation there?
No. Why is the insertion of an impermeable basal membrane below greens and tees proposed?
It's proposed, principally it's proposed to manage simply just proposed to manage infiltration through the greens and tees so you can manage your input source of that water into the water environment.
It's to do with the presence of nitrates, isn't it, and to prevent their escape into the wider environment.
It's adopting a precautionary principle that where you may have a risk, you can remove it.
So the answer is yes, is it?
It's a surface water management. It's simply surface water management that you're controlling your input. Yes, it's there to manage surface water from the greens.
It's there to. If it was just water, nobody would worry about it.
Well, they don't have to be. They don't have to be there. You would just simply have many inputs under the footprint of the green and the tee. This allows you to manage where the input is relative to an adjacent water body.
Yeah, it's there to prevent, or at least to inhibit, the escape of material dissolved in water, which may have the potential to harm surrounding vegetation. Isn't that right?
I think that's fair, but I may iterate again. They don't have to be there.
Well, that may or may not be the case, and no doubt the experts will decide at the time. But the purpose of them is, if you like, in a shorthand way, nitrate control, isn't it?
No.
Fertilizer escape control.
No. No.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm a simple person. If it was only water, then it wouldn't need to be there. So something is being inhibited by the presence of these membranes.
Well, certainly they're there to inhibit. They're there simply. If fertiliser had been correct, if fertiliser had been presented to the ground surface and you have an infiltration of water through the greens and tees, it's a method to manage that water prior to entry back into the water environment.
Yeah. And manage means collect it and clean it up and perhaps use it again.
No, it will just be recycled into the water cycle, so it will be discharged back into the water environment.
Okay, and then clean it up and then recycle it.
Well, the clean-up process will, clean up, as you say, the clean-up process will be a natural process as that water then makes its way back into the water environment.
If the water is charged with fertilizer or pesticide or a combination of the two, then it will need to be recycled before it's returned to the water environment. Is that right?
The water will need a management if it's certainly charged with fertilizers and
They're
pesticides.
quite simple questions, these. Isn't
Yes.
that right? It's to recycle out potentially harmful additives so that when the water is returned to the water environment, it can do no harm.
No, but it's a definition of recycle. We're not recycling the water. The water is discharging through a controlled input back into the water environment.
Without treatment.
The treatment will be natural as it flows through the medium to the point the point of input.
So not without treatment.
The treatment will be natural.
Yeah. So with treatment.
It will be a natural treatment, yes.
With treatment.
Yes.
Which will attempt to remove any potentially harmful compound which is in the water.
That's correct, but the important word there is potential.
Okay. I can live with that. Thank you, Dr. Barry. I'm sorry it's taken rather long, but you've been most helpful.
Thank you.
I was grateful.
Thank you. Just bear with me a minute, please. Okay, Mr. Mackay, can we have your questions, please?
Thank you, sir. Dr. Bowie, before I start, it might be useful if I give you a few documents, or they're provided to you, so you have those. You'll need your inquiry report, but also if your team can provide you with CD 222, APP 508 and 510, and also SNH 125. There'll be a few others that I think we'll need to refer to in due course, but those are the main ones for the initial part of your cross-examination.
Interested in the balance between and therefore, if you criticize from the conclusions in existing water information, it's only in part because, sorry, it is in part because we haven't made it cheaper, but being alone.
Thank you, sir. Now, Dr. Bow, there are a few issues to deal with, and if I can just indicate the start of each chapter which issue I'm interested in. First of all, the issue of water abstraction. If you look, please, to paragraph 2.7 of your inquiry report, that's page 6. You see at paragraph 2.6 above, the car licence for the wastewater treatment was consented by SEPA in November 2018. And then at 2.7, the applicant is continuing to work with SEPA to conclude the determination of the car licence for the groundwater, i.e. borehole abstraction. That remains a position, is that right? And the most recent letter that we have before the inquiry from SEPA is the letter of 7th March to Mr Haspel, which is SNH125. Can you have that before you, please? It's a I think I'm right in saying that it was emailed to you, copied to you, but I'm not sure whether you've actually had a chance to pick that up yet.
No, I've seen it. I have seen this, yes.
You have seen it?
Yes.
Right. And it is in reference to further information that had been sent to SEPA. And in the second paragraph it says, unfortunately SEPA has assessed that all of the information requested by our previous Regulation 14 notice was not supplied. This is specifically in relation to point 8 of that notice, where they therefore identified that some of the information required to process your application is still lacking. To enable us to proceed, we require the following information. Groundwater levels from MW1 and MW2 should be monitored continuously at hourly intervals for at least the summer months, May to September, as previously requested by SEPA. And the rest of the letter indicates that essentially the application will be put on hold until the 30th of December unless they have the information prior to that date. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, just to be clear what issue it is that's troubling SEPA still, can we look please at another document which is APP 5.10.
Okay.
And this is a letter from SEPA on the 31st of January to STRI, and essentially it's responding to consultation which STRI had and identifying issues that need to be addressed. And we see in the second paragraph on the first page the paragraph beginning subject to APP 5.10.
Sorry, which paragraph, Mr Mackay?
The first page and the second paragraph.
1.2, is it?
I'm looking at the covering letter, APP 5.10, the second paragraph.
And is that beginning subject to the detailed comments?
Yes, yes indeed. Subject to the detailed comments given in Appendix 1, new information will enable us to remove our objection to the planning application for the boreholes and reservoir. In terms of the planning application for the golf course, we will continue to object unless the proposal is modified to connect to the public sewer and conditions relating to the protection of groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystems, surface waters bodies, construction, environmental management and golf course management are applied. Detailed comments relating to each issue are given in Appendix 1. So if we look then down, please, to Appendix 1, to the section dealing with the boreholes. And the issue of water abstraction is section 4 of that appendix, is that right? Which begins on...
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the pages aren't numbered, but there's the heading 4, water abstraction, and then there's a section dealing with that issue, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And if we look to paragraph 4.4, It says, although the groundwater level in the observation boreholes do not show a significant reaction to the abstraction test, the interference of a groundwater abstraction from BH1 and BH2 on groundwater levels in monitoring wells 1 and 2 cannot be excluded. Changes to groundwater levels could result in some groundwater depletion on the downgradient wetland system. The submitted limited monitoring event does not allow for a proper evaluation of the long-term pumping effects, albeit the period of time utilised to produce the pump test results is standard practice for an abstraction pump test under the CAR regulations. 4.5. Based on the information submitted to date, we consider it likely that the proposed borehole abstractions are likely to be consentable under CAR, but will be subject to a quantitative assessment of the groundwater depletion on the downgradient wetland, long-term monitoring at MW1 and MW2, and possibly other monitoring wells if needed, monitoring review, and possible limitation to abstraction rates. We will therefore be able to withdraw our objection on this matter, but highlight that the applicant should have a contingency plan in place should the longer-term monitoring demonstrate a groundwater depletion on the downgradient wetland system, as we will limit the abstraction rate under CAR. Now, in summary, is that the issue that's still troubling SEPA, hence the request for additional monitoring at MW1 and MW2?
No, from our consultations with SEPA, the bit that's missing is additional groundwater depth monitoring in boreholes MW1 and MW2 over a full summer period, and that's April through to the end of September inclusive. We've provided them data for a year short of the months July, August and September. And the result of that was we think we've had people tampering with the monitoring systems within the boreholes, and we lost about 6 or 7 months worth of data.
But the reason they're interested in that issue is because of the issues they have identified at 4.4 and 4.5. In other words, that changes to groundwater levels could result in some groundwater depletion on the downgradient wetland system. I appreciate that you've explained that they want to understand the depth of the groundwater, but that's the reason why they're still interested in this issue, because the issues identified at 4.4 and 4.5 remain live in their minds, possibly not in your mind, but in their minds they remain live. Well, certainly with the discussions that we've had, the 4.4, the tenet of 4.4 and 4.5 haven't been raised in the discussions we've had with SEPA in terms of obtaining the car licence. Has there any documentation before the inquiry that confirms that, as far as SEPA is concerned, the issues identified at 4.4 and 4.5 have been removed? Well, the letter you have dated the 7th of March from SEPA, it's really what it doesn't say is probably more important than well, certainly more important to me than what it does say. What it doesn't say is it doesn't go into any detail in terms of they disagree with our assessment, they don't disagree with our interpretation of the geology, and they don't disagree with our interpretation of the aquifer. Those are different issues. The issue I'm putting to you is that at 4.4 and 4.5, SEPA raise a concern, and they also make it very clear that there will be a need for further monitoring in MW1 and MW2. The SEPA letter of 7th March emphasises and reinforces that position and asks... I don't see the link between the SEPA letter and 4.4 and 4.5, certainly not on the basis of discussions we've had with SEPA. This is the letter of 31st January 2018. Can we just look at the position subsequent to that? CD 2.22, please. Can I have that reference again, please? CD 2.22. Is that a letter from Gillian Webster, Highland Council?
No, it's a letter to Gillian Webster.
To Gillian Webster. To Gillian Webster. Do you have that?
I have it, yes.
That's the 23rd of March 2018. And this is the
Sorry, was that CD 2.2?
CD 2.22.
Doesn't seem to be what I have there.
So we've had the letter in January to the applicant, and now we have the letter of March 2018 to the Highland Council. And if we move, please, to the relevant section, which is 5.2 to 5.5, under the heading of water abstraction. Do you have that?
I have it, yes.
So, reading short between 5.2 and 5.5, do we see that essentially the same concern is being raised for the attention of the planning authority? And in 5.5, it said that based on the information submitted to date, we consider the proposed borehole abstractions are likely to be consentable under CAR, but will be subject to a quantitative assessment of the groundwater depletion on the down gradient wetland, long-term monitoring at M11 and MW2, and so on. So, the point I'm putting to you, Dr. Bowie, is that, so far as I'm aware at least, and you haven't pointed me to any other document that's relevant to this issue, so far as I'm aware, there's no other document before the inquiry which suggests that this issue that's been flagged for the applicant's attention and for the planning authority's attention has been resolved in the minds of SEPA. Now, if you're able to point me to a letter which does that, please do so. But the point I'm putting to you is that there doesn't seem to be anything before the inquiry which confirms that is no longer an issue for SEPA.
I agree. There's no documents in front of the inquiry. However, we have continued with moving with SEPA in relation to progressing the car licence, and certainly our position currently with SEPA in relation to the car licence, we've moved through these points to get to the position we are now.
If SEPA is satisfied following the further information that's been provided and any other issues that remain of concern to them, if they are satisfied and do issue a car licence for the abstraction, can we just be clear as to what you expect to receive by way of the car licence? Firstly, will it specify as the authorised activity, in other words, the abstraction?
That's correct, yes.
Will it specify a rate of abstraction?
Yes, it will, yes. The rate of abstraction we have determined.
And what is that?
Well, I don't know what the final... Well, we've recommended an abstraction rate of 225 to 230 metres cubed per day.
The figure you mentioned to Mr.
That's
Campbell.
correct, yes. That's the sustainable yield of the borehole.
All right. And will it also specify flow requirements?
It may do. It may do. It may also limit the time period of which pumping can be carried out.
And monitoring requirements, presumably?
Yes, there'll be monitoring requirements. And certainly there'll be a mitigation programme and very probably an irrigation management programme which would look at water quality prior to its being added to the golf course.
And might there also be a condition that the abstraction licence, unless specifically identifying, will not be taken as authorisation for any broader environmental harm, if I can summarise it that way? Is that the type of condition?
Well, certainly that's the purpose of the car licence, that it puts a fence around what you're doing. What it will come with is a set of conditions, and there will be physical metrics which we've identified in terms of the time of pumping and the rate of pumping, but there also will be mitigation which is required, and certainly within the work that we presented to SEPA for the car licence, we have offered mitigation on water depth monitoring within the monitoring wells, which would be used to control the actual rate of pumping.
The car licence relates to the abstraction from the boreholes, is that right? It doesn't licence what's done thereafter, in other words, taking to the reservoir.
No, that's incorrect.
And the subsequent abstraction.
No, that's incorrect. No.
So you expect the licence to say what in that respect then?
Yes, the car licence will licence all aspects of the abstraction and use of water, and each step of that will require to pass through management gates, if you like. There'll be gateways that we have to go through in relation to abstracting the water, storing the water, and then subsequently applying the water. And then there'll be subsequent follow-up records which we'll also have to apply or have to provide to SEPA.
So you anticipate that the car licence will seek to regulate how water is used subsequent to it being extracted from the reservoir and applied to the golf course by way of irrigation? Is that your
correct.
understanding?
That's correct.
Because it's not the understanding of SNH that that's a subject that will be covered by the licence, and it may be that the reporters will need to clarify this issue with SEPA if we don't have before us, for example, a draft licence setting out in detail how it is envisaged that these matters will be controlled. Is that for the avoidance of doubt and for clarity, would you agree that's a sensible course of action?
Yes, I mean, SEPA have been having consultation with SNH throughout this process. You know, it was initiated back in March, April last year, and certainly we've consulted with SNH and SEPA, and certainly there's been internal meetings between SNH and SEPA throughout this process. So SNH should be aware of the licence is not determined in a vacuum. SEPA don't just license the abstraction of the well and then walk away.
Well, just to be absolutely clear about this, Dr. Barry, I'm not suggesting that. No doubt there is discussion between various interested bodies and the applicant as to what the wider issues are. All I'm asking about at the moment is what will be in the licence. Now, you've indicated to the inquiry that your understanding is that the licence will seek to regulate and control what happens with the water after it's abstracted from the borehole.
That's correct, yes.
And what I'm suggesting to you is that that's not the understanding of those instructing me. And because we do not have a draft licence or a granted licence which provides clarity on this issue, do you agree it's a matter that the reporters ought to take up with SEPA?
Yes.
Can we move on to the issue of water quality, please? And if you have the
Sorry, Mr. Mackay, can I just, it was just a question of clarification I may as well ask just now before we move on to other things. There was that discussion there about the lack of a draft licence, but do you know if there's anything else, because this was exactly a point we had, what question we had in terms of the scope of the car licence and what SEPA would or wouldn't take into account and how they might seek to control not just abstraction but the use of that water. So that's been very helpful to us. But is there any documentation that we have in front of us just now that sets out the scope of the things which are normally considered through a car licence or through that regime, albeit we don't have a draft licence, for example, in this case? Just wonder if there's anything more generic that we can look at about the kinds of things which would be relevant to SEPA in consenting.
I don't have anything tangible to give. I mean, a big part of the car licence will be management programmes in terms of the abstraction itself, monitoring of the abstraction rate, the quality of the water, and that water quality testing will probably apply to the quality of water as it comes from the borehole, but also as it's abstracted from the reservoir prior to application to the course. And they will be enforceable management programmes or management plans, which would form part of the regulation of CAR.
Okay, and in terms of the regulation and the conditions and so forth, that would be, is it your understanding that would be done through the licence rather than through the planning permission for the boreholes?
The two would probably run in parallel. They would equally become, each would equally become a condition. I suspect the planning consent would condition the preparation of the management programmes.
Okay, so there would be two statutory consents, and it might be that the conditions might be different for both, or there might be some duplication, but there would be two different methods, if you like, of conditioning, how that operates.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. McKay, carry on.
Just following on that point, sir, do you anticipate that the car licence would specify the chemical composition of the water that's abstracted, pH level, nitrate, maximum nitrate level, and so on?
It may do. It may do. It may specify, rather than actually specifying the numbers, it may specify guideline threshold values based on SEPA's regulated values for well, probably environmental quality standards, but also UK tag values for nitrates and groundwater term and terrestrial ecosystems.
So have you put forward recommended nitrate level in accordance with the tag threshold?
We haven't recommended a nitrate level, although we've taken it that what they will impose will be the maximum threshold of 13 milligrams per litre in terms of the UK tag value, which is also the value that SEPA use within their groundwater assessment document, PS10.
Right, can we move on to that related issue then, please, the issue of water quality? If we look again, please, at 5.10, APP 5.10. That's the letter of 31st January to the developer from SEPA. Again, there's a covering letter with an appendix. If you look to the appendix at section 3, dealing with the disruption to groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems. Now, can we first of all just understand the spheres of responsibility between SEPA and SNH? At 3.1, it says, as highlighted previously, in line with our joint land use planning working arrangements for SEPA and SNH, we advise on the protection of GWDTE out with designated sites and any GWDTE that are not qualifying features of designated sites. So it's either out with or it's within but not a qualifying feature. Do you follow? Advice on qualifying features of the designated sites should be sought from SNH.
Correct.
At 3.3, it says, in this site-specific instance and following information from SNH, we consider that the SSSI notified natural features that could be considered GWDTE are the dune slacks. Therefore, the non-qualifying GWDTE that we're advising on within the designated site includes areas of, and it specifies those areas. So there's a clear demarcation responsibility, isn't there, that insofar as dune slacks are concerned, then that's within SNH's remit. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And just keeping that document before you, please, can we look at the CD 222 letter that we had up before us a minute ago, which is the formal response to the Planning Authority. And if you go to sections 4.1 and 4.3 of that document. I think we just confirm that the formal advice of the Planning Authority at 4.1 and 4.3 is the same as the advice that we looked at a moment ago.
That's correct, yes.
Right, we can put that document to one side and go back to APP 510. And if you look further down that section we've been looking at in section 3 to section 3.9, and it says there, we are particularly concerned about the potential risks that could be posed by nitrates, and we must therefore ask that the application rates do not exceed the threshold values outlined in Table 4 of the UK tag threshold values. This lists threshold values by GDWTE category. Now, it's fair to say that that's the threshold that Professor Angus refers to in his inquiry report at paragraph 21. Are you familiar with that part of his evidence?
Yes, I am, yes.
Can we look at that, please? It's SNH-28. Now, at paragraph 21 of his inquiry report, Professor Angus, on behalf of SNH, you're aware that he speaks on behalf of SNH on these issues?
Yes, I do.
And he's an expert in dune slacks, is that right?
I understand so.
Yeah. So his views are of importance in this respect, is that correct?
I don't doubt that.
He says that dune slacks have a particular vulnerability in the context of this development. This will be a particular problem during establishment when, as well as the irrigation water described below, there will be additional nitrate applied as fertiliser. The borehole water that will be used for ongoing irrigation has a nitrate content of 25 to 27 micrograms? Milligrams. Biggrams, milligrams per litre, and the reference there is SNH-113. Now, I appreciate that you, in your own report, refer later to the distinction between old and new water, but if you can just take this at one step at a time for the moment, and can I ask you to have SNH-113 before you? So it's SNH-113. Do you have that? And these are the results from the borehole testing that had been carried out in 2017, as reported by Aegis Water Treatment Limited, correct?
Aegis were the testing laboratory. The results reported by consultant 2IC.
Okay. And can we then please understand the relative contribution to this issue as between nitrites and nitrates? If you look please at the first record, which is immediately after the covering letter, and 4 lines from the foot of that table, there's a value given for nitrites, which is less than 0.01 milligram per litre. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And nitrates, as in with 3, in the next entry in the table is 25 milligrams per litre. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And then for the other borehole, if we look at this, the equivalent values for that, again for nitrites it's less than 0.01, but there's a slightly higher value indicated for nitrates at 27 milligrams per litre. That's
correct, yeah.
Okay. So going back to first his report to paragraph 21. Professor Angus says this is double the threshold value. Yes. Thanks. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Professor Angus says this is double the threshold value for dune slack set by the UK tag on the Water Framework Directive. And without necessarily going to the UK tag, I think, as you indicated earlier, the relevant recommendation and threshold for wet dune, i.e. dune slacks, is 13 milligrams per litre. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So on that basis, Professor Angus is quite correct to have a concern about the potential for the threshold value being exceeded quite considerably based on the information that we've looked at so far. Is that right?
Indeed he is, yes.
And that's an issue, presumably, that concerns you also.
Yes.
If we read on then, please, he says it is important to indicate that the threshold value does not intend to suggest that values below this level are environmentally safe. And one noted authority set the value beyond which likely contamination and cause concern for dune slacks occurs as low as 1 milligram per litre total inorganic nitrate, NA-HLD-086, page 92 at table D2. Now, insofar as this comment is specific to the issue of dune slacks, again, do you agree that's a matter within SNH's remit?
Yes.
And can we look, please, at that document? It's SNH-41. If you look to page 92 of SNH-41. Can we look at the summary paragraph on that page, please? It says, in summary, many factors influence the potential for adverse impacts caused by elevated nutrient levels in dune groundwater. These include age of the slack, which determines which nutrient is most limiting, the form of nutrient, which affects whether enrichment is temporary or has longer-lasting effects, the time of exposure relative to the growing season, the quantity of enrichment, and so on. And then in table D2 below, there are guidelines set for total inorganic nitrogen concentrations in dune groundwater. Now, strictly speaking, the nitrogen will include nitrates and nitrites. Is that right? Yeah.
We need to multiply by 4.4, I think, to make it relevant to nitrates.
Which number are you referring to?
The numbers in table D2.
Right. Okay. So, as
I understand how the conversions work.
So, if we take the possible contamination figure of 0.2 to 0.4, you need to times that by 4.4 you indicated to reach the nitrogen.
So I think so. I think that's...
And likewise, the likely contamination cause of concern at over 1 milligram for total inorganic nitrogen, that again would need to be multiplied by the same amount.
I understand so, yes.
Yeah. But either way, whether it's the possibility of contamination or likely contamination, those levels are well below the levels that were indicated in the monitoring assessment that we looked at a moment ago. Is that right?
Yes, these presented values are, yes.
So once again, given SNH's remit and Professor Angus's expertise in the area, he's right to be concerned about the potential for the effect on the dune slacks.
Yes, indeed, yes.
Now, can you turn, please, to section 6 of your inquiry report? Do you have that before you?
Yes, I do.
Paragraphs 6.7 to 6.9, if that's an argument, essentially there have been more recent tests which have recorded lower levels of nitrates at approximately 0.37 milligrams per litre. And you then draw a distinction between new water and old water. And at 6.10 you say it is considered that the deep well abstraction will be applied to the golf course during the construction initial phases will predominantly be old water with low and non-problematic nitrate concentrations present and with levels likely comparable to those recording the following recent, i.e. 18 test, i.e. 0.37 milligrams per. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
In reaching that view, do you rely on essentially the watering down of the new water within the old water?
The new water will just accumulate around, probably around the base, around the neck of the borehole. And the new water will be purged from the borehole once pumping starts. So certainly the more representative waters will be that of the old waters.
You've been quite careful about more representative and in your evidence predominantly. The issue for you is that you can't be certain, can you, that it will be the old water only that's abstracted?
No, it will be the old water. I mean, there will be, if there hasn't been an abstraction from the well for some time, there will be an accumulation of new water around the base of the borehole, around the base of the well. But once the well's been purged, it will be drawing in the old water.
You mentioned purging earlier. I would have assumed that if that was an issue that one might anticipate carrying out this type of work, then you would do that initially so that you don't potentially have misleading results. Is it not the case that you can't say, and indeed you haven't said, you've been careful not to say, that it will definitely only be old water? What you said is that it will be predominantly old water, and therefore you can't be certain what the level of nitrates will be at any given time.
No, we will be. We certainly through chemical testing or chemical fingerprinting of the water as it's abstracted from the borehole, we will be able to tell what it is, what the source is, new or old.
I'm sorry, I mean now. What you're indicating there is that by monitoring at the time of abstraction, you'll be able to tell.
Well, what we found is just nominal purging of the borehole removes the new water, and it brings the old water into the abstraction.
So, on the assumption then that there are periods during which new water is abstracted from the aquifer, are you saying there's some mechanism in place to monitor and check and stop that water being used for the purpose of irrigation? And if so, can you explain to the reporters how reactive that is?
I mean, it's certainly an option that could be considered, but it's more likely simply because of the period of time of the pumping and the volumes of water required. It's expected that the nitrates will just be dilute in the reservoir, in the storage reservoir. So there'll be a mixing of new waters and old waters within the reservoir, and then prior to the actual control will be prior to application of that water onto the greens and tees.
Sorry, just can I take one step at a time. So you're saying that the new water and old water will be abstracted from the borehole. It will be then sent to the reservoir and presumably mixed together. Is that the way it works?
That's correct, yes.
And therefore, you don't know here and now what the maximum nitrate level will be at the point of abstraction. Is that fair?
I think
you have essentially identified through the monitoring that's been done so far, you've identified a range, one of which is quite high and concerning, the other which is quite low and not concerning so far as you're concerned. But at the moment, you don't know what the actual nitrate level will be at the point of abstraction from the aquifer, because it could be somewhere between those two figures.
Well, it depends on what water body you're abstracting at the time. I mean, if it's pulling out the new water, then it will have a high nitrate. But once that's purged, it will be then falling to less than 1. So there will be a range. There will be a range of nitrate levels within the abstraction waters, but the dominant values will be all less than 1. Well, on the basis of information we have, it will all be less than 1 microgram per litre.
Is it too simple to say that the water that's initially purged or withdrawn in the early phase of the development is that water that's likely to be used for the early irrigation of the golf course, which from the point of view of laying down nitrates and encouraging growth might not be a bad thing? Is that too simple, or is that in general correct? I
think that's too simplistic. I think because the water has to go through the reservoir before it's applied on the course.
Right, so let's get to the point where we're at the reservoir then. You acknowledge that there will be some old, some new water, and then it'll be mixed in the reservoir. What controls in place are there, if any, to make sure that the water that leaves that reservoir does not come anywhere near the threshold values that Professor Angus has identified in his evidence?
There'll be chemical testing of those waters. They won't be applied without that being in place.
Yeah, that will test the water that has been sent to the golf course, won't it?
No, the water won't be sent until it's been tested.
Could I ask Milana Friend and Dr. Barry to both speak a bit more slowly? It's difficult to note.
Yes, I think we've all got the same problems. Quite a lot of information that we need to record, so if you just slow down slightly, that would be helpful.
Right, so we're at the stage where we're at the reservoir. The water has been mixed. You're explaining that there will be testing carried out at the reservoir.
Yes.
And are you saying then that there will be a threshold value applied at that stage which will prevent water that might contaminate the dune slags leaving the reservoir? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, yes.
And what level has been chosen to ensure that doesn't happen? I think what you indicated earlier was that it was the tag reference of 13 milligrams per litre.
That's
right?
Correct, yes.
Whereas what Professor Angus has indicated that there's actually a much lower level which is specific to dune slags, which causes him an issue. So which threshold does the developer intend to apply at the point of water leaving the reservoir?
The value will be determined as part of the car licensing. I mean,
Sorry, beg pardon, keep going. It will be determined by the car licensing. Does this not illustrate the point that we established at the beginning of this line of cross-examination? That insofar as the impacts on the dune slags, a feature of the designated site, are concerned, whatever SEPA may decide to be appropriate for their purposes is entirely separate and different from what was concerned.
Well, it won't be, because the car licence is not determined and will not be determined separate from what SNH.
Professor Angus has indicated that there are lower levels than those identified in the tag threshold which give rise to the potential for contamination. We looked at those ago. And what I'm suggesting to you is that it's not as simple as saying it's okay because there's a car licence.
Well, that's correct, but it's also not just as simple to take the values which is in the I think it's the Davy report which Professor Angus referenced to, because I'm not of the opinion that the numbers it presented there may even be relevant, because none of the research sites are in Scotland. But whereas the research sites which are presented within the UK tag document are within Scotland.
Right. Well, I took you to the statement made in Professor Angus's report. You accepted that he was correct to be concerned based on that. I think
I do agree. Yes, I agree that he should be concerned, but I don't necessarily agree with the approach of just extracting numbers without a proper assessment for the nitrates, or to even assess any value for water quality which is applied to the course.
Well, the difficulty is, of course, Dr. Bowie, is that you've explained to the inquiry that there will be mixing of old and new water in the reservoir, and there needs to be some control mechanism to make sure that the water that leaves the reservoir doesn't pose a problem for the dune slacks within the SSSI. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. And therefore, a figure will have to be arrived at, won't it?
That's right, but I don't think that the figure which has arrived is not something that I can select at a personal choice, or even that which Professor Angus would care to select. That value has to come from discussion with and consultation with SEPA, and then their own internal review with SEPA and SNH.
Are you aware whether the work done by Davy et al. Addressed the same vegetative communities, i.e. the same type of dune slack that we have at Coul?
I'm not aware. No, I'm not aware.
Can we look next, please, at the issue of relocation? That's section 5.3 of your, well, section 5 of your inquiry report on the preceding page, page 16. Now, you say at 5.3, efforts to create a links golf course within the adjacent agricultural fields would require significant earthwork programs. Now, first of all, did you understand that what was being suggested by SNH for discussion with the developer was an entire golf course within the agricultural land, or simply some holes within the agricultural land? What was your understanding when you wrote this part of your inquiry report?
I understood it was some holes located there, or even the whole course related there. We certainly looked at it from both aspects.
So your evidence is on the assumption that possibly the entire course might be located on the agricultural fields to the west?
Yes.
And then you say would require significant earthwork programs with excavations likely in excess of depths of 5 metres to create the completed landforms associated with a links course. The nature of the works involved is described in the inquiry report by Chris Haspel. When you wrote this part of your precognition, what information did you have before you?
I was given an indication of what would be the construction that would be required to form a comparable golf course on the agricultural land as to what could be achieved in the dune slacks.
And did you take that from Mr. Haspel's draft inquiry report?
I took that from, yes. I certainly took that from discussions with Mr. Haspel.
You had subsequent discussions with Mr. Haspel?
Yes, I mean, I'm not a golf course designer. I can't make these decisions in isolation.
No, exactly. You need to take information from other consultants, environmental consultants, those that are involved in constructing golf courses to reach a view as to what might be likely in terms of the excavations, and therefore what consequential issues might arise for the water environment.
That's correct, yes.
So if the information that was provided to you is not entirely accurate, shall we say, that affects the reliability of what you've stated in your inquiry report?
I've no reason to doubt the information that I was given.
Were you present when Mr. Haspel gave evidence?
Yes, I was.
Did you understand him to be saying that his description of what he thought might be necessary at Coul was very based on his experience at Castle Stewart?
Yes.
And did you recall him saying that involved essentially an area of agricultural land which didn't have any particular environmental sensitivities, and which meant that he could do pretty much as he pleased? That was the way he put it there.
Yes, yes.
And in particular was a topographical challenge that needed to be overcome at Castle Stewart, which was to cut and fill and create a link between the lower-lying holes in the dunes and the cliff or raised deposits. And that meant there was a need for quite a bit of cut and fill and excavation work. Is that right?
I understand that was what was required, yes.
And if it's the position then that level of excavation isn't required, and we do not need to consider excavations of 5 metres or thereabouts, then the issues which you raise in section 5 of your report fall away, don't they?
It depends on the depths of excavations. Not necessarily, because the agricultural fields are important areas of surface water recharge for the shallow groundwater regimes.
Can we come to surface water in a moment?
But it's an important point in terms of relocating the golf course onto the agricultural land. It's not just groundwater, it's also surface water.
Appreciate the general principles for groundwater and surface water in a moment. And what I'm putting to you is, at a general level, you simply cannot say at the moment what the likely impact might be on the groundwater levels, because you just do not have a clear understanding of what is proposed at the western in the agricultural fields to the west, and that's for the simple reason that the applicants haven't looked at it in any detail.
Well, I disagree with your question. I'll answer it as best I can, but given the information that I was given, 5 metre excavations of up to 5 metres were presented to me. But even any reasonable depth of excavation within that area, reaching to the groundwater or going into the groundwater, which would depend on the time of year you're doing your excavations. Excavations of up to 1.5 metres could have an implication on the flow and recharge of groundwater within the dune slacks.
A bit like the excavations up to 2 metres for the boreholes, for the borrow pits in the agricultural land immediately adjacent to the Triple SI. Is that right?
I think there are plans for that. I mean, it depends. There may be ground investigation data there that shows they are above the water table.
Can we look at what information we do have, first of all, please? APP 508. If you go to page 14, first of all, please.
Can you give me that reference again, please?
APP 508.
APP 508, page 14.
Uh-huh. Now, do you have the figure 2.1 on page 14, which shows the So it's APP 508 at page 14, and I'm looking at figure 2.1. And this is your document, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Now, the area that S&H suggested for consideration by the developer is the area north of the access road between Fourpenny Farm and Coul Farm at the top end of this diagram.
Yes.
So we don't have monitoring hole information or abstraction borehole information related to that specific area, it's fair to say, is that right?
Can you say which area that again, please?
Well, if you look at the diagram, you see Fourpenny Farm in a box and Coul Farm indicated in a box, and there's an access road between the two, and then the area I'm talking about is the area north of that area heading towards the SSSI.
Just, if you like, just to the right of the north arrow?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So, just to confirm, we don't have borehole testing which will tell us the exact groundwater levels at that area presented in this document.
No, we do have information in that area. We had information, we did trial pitting that area to inform the car licence for the wastewater treatment works.
But where are those?
They'll be with SEPA with the car licence.
Again, with SEPA. So we don't have those documents before the inquiry either. Let's just look at what we do have before the inquiry insofar as that is of assistance then,
I wonder
please.
if the witness could answer that question first, as to whether or not the documents are before the inquiry.
There is there was a wastewater treatment, but our wastewater treatment review report was presented to the inquiry because it's in my inquiry report. I can't recall if the borehole logs ended up in there or if they were as part of just like a general engineering. Wastewater treatment review and revision, February 2008. There may be a section in there that gives a commentary of the ground conditions that were encountered.
That's APP
document APP 5.2.
APP 5.2.
I don't see any borehole test results within that document myself, but do you want to just have that in front of you to satisfy yourself that they're not there? It's APP 502.
I'm finding it difficult to follow this at the speed at which questions are being delivered and moving quickly to another subject. And I'm somewhat confused as to whether or not we're talking about trial pits or boreholes or boreholes.
The issue that we're looking at the moment is that Dr. Bowie thinks that within APP 502 there may be borehole information that gives an indication of the groundwater levels within the area that we're concerned with, and I'm asking him to check whether that's correct or not.
While that's been looked at, sirs, I wonder if I could raise the question as to when we might adjourn for lunch. I'm conscious that Dr. Bowie's been giving evidence under cross-examination since 9:30 with a short break for me.
No, I appreciate that. I was assuming that we would be nearing the end of Mr. Mackay's cross-examination based on his estimated timescale for this, but am I right, Mr. Mackay?
No, because first of all, there were additional issues I had to pick up with Dr. Bowie, and secondly, it's taken a bit longer to get to where I thought. However, I think I'm about 20 minutes or half an hour away from completing. I think probably it would be fair to the witness to have a break, but it would be helpful to me to know, first of all, whether the borehole information that he...
No, they haven't found their way in.
Right,
They have not found their way in.
Thank you.
Okay, and can I get an indication of are you intending to pursue this particular line after lunch, or are you moving on to another chapter?
Well, I haven't really explored the line yet, sir, so yes, as matters stand, I am intending to look at that issue.
I just ask you to perhaps reflect on the extent to which this line of questioning to a witness who's already told us that he's the basis on which he made a statement in the precognition, to which you've taken exception. We know his apparent limited involvement in this particular issue, and I'm wondering whether we're going to glean a lot more, and whether we might be able to concentrate on the proposal that's before Scottish ministers. Just a thought to consider over lunch.
I do intend to take you, sir, to that issue very shortly, but I'll take on board what you've just indicated. Thank you.
Okay, I'm feeling benevolent, so let's restart at 1:30. Thank you. Any more thoughts about the running order for the rest of today, about the order of between Dr. Coppins and Dr. Wright?
So I've had a word with my own friend Miss Wilson, for which I'm most grateful. And I think our combined view is that after the re-examination of Dr. Barry, she has confidence, which is higher than expectation, that we can finish Dr. Coppins' evidence this afternoon. And possibly, take the evidence of Dr. Wright in chief, if you're prepared to sit, perhaps even an extra half hour for that purpose. Extra being, of course, in the knowledge that the finishing time has been flexible, so it's very much up to you.
Sir, if I could suggest we maybe return to this once Dr. Bowie's evidence is finished. I still have reservations if we don't take Dr. Wright's evidence first. As previously mentioned, she's not available next week. So I would strongly suggest the priority is to get her evidence finished this week. But as I say, perhaps we can revisit it once Dr. Bowie's finished and we're aware how much time's left today.
So as I'll be doing the cross-examination of both witnesses, if we take the evidence in chief of Dr. Wright today, I'm confident we'll finish the cross-examination by mid-morning tomorrow. And there would still be enough time for the local action group to then present their evidence.
Yes, I think that could be eminently achievable. My only doubt is whether we're going to be able to get through 10 witnesses for the community groups tomorrow, but the office are in touch with Councillor McGilvray to alert him to that possibility. So I'm assuming, Mr. Coul, you'd be happy operating on the basis that's been described, so long as we can guarantee that Dr. Wright's evidence is complete tomorrow.
Correct, sir. And I think there's been an informal discussion about the potential for sitting on a little later tonight, if that would facilitate finishing her examination in chief. And certainly, if it did take a bit longer, that would help with my optimism or pessimism, or whichever way round it is. But certainly, I'm reassured by Ms. Wilson's projection.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Mr. Mackay.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Barry, we're still in your paper, PP 5.08. Can you go, please, to section 5 of that paper? And I'm interested in this chapter of your cross-examination as to how you're going to manage risks associated with the project. That's what we're interested in here. So that's page 41 that section begins on. You have that?
I have, thank you.
All right, so reading short, the table 5.1 on page 41. Let's just check if everyone has that.
Thank you.
So this is a summary table, isn't it, which identifies what the aspect of the development is, provides a description. So in item 1, the development is the golf course, holes 1 to 18. The description is construction and operation of the golf course within the area of the dune slacks east of the former railway. And you acknowledge in table 5.1 that the overall risk rating for the GWDTE is high. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And then the overall WE risk rating is also high. The WE stands for wider environment. Is that correct?
Wrong. Water environment.
Beg your pardon? Wider water environment.
Wrong. Water environment. Just simply water environment.
Well, if you look at the introductory paragraph 5.1, a generalised and qualitative GWDTE and wider water environment WE.
Correct. I accept that for that table, yes. But the WE is normally referring to water environment, which would be the wider water environment.
Well, we've got enough issues to debate on the basis of disagreement. Can we try and agree what's capable of agreement? Is that what you're referring to when you say overall WE risk rating, the wider water environment?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. And then below in section 5.2, mitigation, you explain how it is that risk, high risk for both aspects, is going to be managed and controlled. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So you say the risk evaluation clearly highlights the need for mitigation, particularly for the portion of the development within the dune slacks. However, given the environmental sensitivity of this area, this is not unexpected. Indeed, the mitigation requirements to achieve the final or residual overall risk evaluation for GWTE and WEE of low to moderate for the construction and operation of the golf course within the dune slacks will include the development and implementation of comprehensive construction and operational environmental management programme. The basis of these construction and operational environmental programmes outlined in summary within the risk evaluation table presented in section 4. So if we go back up, please, we see quite a lengthy table with those issues identified. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And is it the expectation that those issues will be reflected in the construction environmental management plans that will be approved by way of conditions if the development is given planning permission? Is that right?
That's correct. Each of those items of mitigation have been collated and are within the schedule of mitigation, which is a condition of planning.
Right, I'm obliged, thank you. So if we look then to the second, it's actually page 38. Page 38, and there's the aspect, I'm just using this by way of example, where it says in the first column, holes 7, 10, 12, 13, 14. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's for surface water being the receptor. Am I right in thinking that all the entries in the table are all for surface water?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. So the third column, WE, feature receptor value, high. Phase for this issue is construction, the whole of construction and operation. And then what does maintenance, hashtag 2, 3 and 4 mean?
It's just different phases of construction. There's given in there's a footnote. It's the assessment is based on the potential impact from
It's particular importance.
I can't recall. I will dig it out. There's a footnote somewhere in this. Maybe mentioned further. I think it's to do with different phases of the maintenance and construction.
That's fine.
Yeah.
The next column, the potential for impact on the water environment, yes. Potential for impact on GWDTE, yes. Risk to WE, high. And then locality, explain how close it is. Risk to GWDTE, high. high, that's then the mitigation, you identify the need for mitigation, and then you indicate if there is habitat loss for the GWTE, and then you quantify the residual risk, which is low to moderate, for both the WE and the GWDTE. And then the final column sets out what the mitigation is.
That's correct, yes.
And the mitigation column sets out a number of issues that will need to be taken account of in order to achieve that low to moderate residual impact. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And if we look, for example, the third paragraph in column, construction works within dune slacks should be programmed to coincide with the summer season, when groundwater within the slacks will be lowest and the main body of the dune slacks will be dry. Now, but is that principle applicable if, for example, there was a potential for an impact on the groundwater? You carry out the construction when the risk is low, at its lowest, because the groundwater level is at its lowest.
That's correct, yes.
Now, staying with the document, there's another area that I'd like to ask you about in terms of how you intend to manage risk. That's in relation to the borrow pits. Actually, what we need to do is look at 5.10. That's the SEPA response, APP 5.10. And perhaps CD 1.111 could also be provided to you. So that's APP 5.10 and CD 1.111. I think you've still got APP 5.10, do you?
I have, yes. It's the SEPA letter to STRI, 31st of January 2018.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, do you have the SEPA letter, paragraph 3.9? This is the paragraph we looked at before lunch. Into the tag values. Do you have that?
I have, yes.
We look over the page, 3.12, the issue of borrow pits is but indicate that we consider the borrow pits to risk to GDWTE, in particular areas of MG10 are within the 100-metre buffer zone. However, it's our understanding that these will be open for no more than a year and that they will then be reinstated to the pre-existing ground level and therefore pose a short-term impact. Then the bit I mentioned is the following bit. We note that these are now proposed to be shallower excavations 2 metres below existing ground level and remaining above the 6-metre contour. We also acknowledge the note 3 accompanying the drawing, which states preliminary test digging has not shown any intersection of groundwater at this depth. It is proposed to install additional monitoring wells in these locations prior to works commencing to ensure there is no impact on the groundwater levels and hence the associated GWTE. So SEPA advised we will remove our objection to these borrow pits but seek a condition ensuring the excavation depth and dimensions do not exceed those stated on the drawings, that the borrow pits will not remain open for longer than a year and are reinstated to the pre-existing ground level. For borrow pits 2 and 3, we will also seek a condition for a method statement for monitoring and mitigation. This should consist of a series of dip wells between the borrow pits and the MG10 in order to assess if there is significant drawdown during the operation of the borrow pits. Should this occur, then preventative measures must be taken, such as installing a temporary hydrological barrier to prevent the drawdown of the water table in the GWDTE. Excuse me. Just pausing there, can we just check that where borrow pits 2 and 3 are located? If you look at the CD 1.111, does this remain the position of borrow pits 2 and 3? In other words, within former agricultural land to the north or east of the access road, but before the old railway line, just in other words, the parcel of land west of hole number 1's fairway.
I understand so, yes.
And there's a box in the middle of the table, of the figure rather, which isn't very easy to see on a screen unless you enlarge, but it says, I'm right in thinking, borrow pits 2 and 3 supporting notes, borrow pit excavation to maximum 2 metres below existing ground levels, no deeper than existing ground levels of 7 metres and 6.7 metres AOD. And then item 2, additional monitoring wells and so forth. Now, is the intention then this figure is mirroring the advice of SEPA as to the basis upon which they would withdraw their condition, their objection rather?
That's correct, yes.
And this demonstrates, doesn't it, that insofar as the applicant's concerned, and indeed SEPA is concerned, albeit that there will be potentially excavation down to 2 metres within the borrow pits close to the SSSI, there are measures that can be put in place to mitigate that potential risk. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Barry. I have no further questions, sirs.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. I think Mr. Liddell may have 1 or 2 questions. Just give us a moment, please. No, our points have now been covered. Thank you very much. So, Ms. Wilson, your further questions when you're ready.
Thank you, sir. During your questioning regarding your conclusion on the confined aquifer, you referred to meetings with SEPA to discuss your conceptual model. How detailed were those discussions as to the conceptual site model?
They went into some substantial detail. We certainly, there were substantial discussions which did go into quite significant detail. We discussed all aspects of the data that we had to date. Particular focus was on our...
Again, could you slow down, Dr. Barry? You're probably anxious to remove yourself from the witness box, but if you could just go slowly, please.
We had significant discussions. The main focus of those discussions was the data that we recovered previously to inform the initial January 2018 report. Although the main focus of this was the additional pumping test data on how that updated the conceptual site model, and particularly the additional boreholes that we'd done to confirm the depth and the consistency of the superficial soils, but also the reinterpretation of the drilling logs that had been undertaken previously. Certainly there were exhaustive discussions on how we presented what the conceptual model was, and we certainly invited SEPA's comments in relation to that and to develop it further.
From your perspective, have you satisfied SEPA in relation to that conceptual model?
Yes, I would consider that we have, yes. Certainly had nothing negative to put that conclusion to doubt.
Now, you were taken to the document CD 1.16, which I think was one of the initial reports IC2. If you just have that in front of you. CD 1.168, sorry. It's the 2IC report.
Right.
We see that it's dated September 27th,
Yes.
17. Could you just explain to the reporters, please, where this fits in to your investigation on the site, or to the EIA process? How should it be treated as to the nature of the report?
I'd understand there was an initial set of groundwater, an initial set of drilling which was done to inform the potential or the feasibility of using groundwater as irrigation, and these works informed that feasibility.
I think you were asked by my line of friend what it was that was being shown in Table 17 at page 14. Do we see that it's set out at the top in the text above the table?
Yes.
Has this report now been superseded by the more detailed assessment work that your firm has carried out?
Yes, it has, yes.
You were being asked a number of questions as to whether or not you had any doubt regarding the interrelationship between, I think it was groundwater and the confined aquifer, is that right?
The dune stacks in the confined aquifer, yes.
And you made reference to plausible doubt and in a reflective testing way that you had tested your own conclusions on the hypothesis.
Yes.
Where does this concept of plausible doubt come from? Could you explain the proper context within which you were using that phrase?
It really comes from my own practice. Others call it reflective analysis. I tend to just coin it as plausible doubt. It's if you have a doubt, then it's not unreasonable to adopt a precautionary principle, and certainly that's how we approach all aspects of projects that we're engaged in.
So you were testing your conclusion yourself?
That's correct. Yes, we challenge our conclusions. We examine the facts and we challenge our conclusions. It needs to fit right. It needs to look right. If it isn't, it needs to be challenged.
But I think after the coffee break, you clearly stated what your conclusion was in terms of any interrelationship.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
I have you noted as saying, based on additional information, you concluded that there is not an interrelationship. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And that was also an issue that was discussed with CEPA through your meetings?
That's correct, yeah. That would be early September. We had those concluding discussions. Sorry, early February this year that we had those discussions with CEPA.
Did you discuss with CEPA whether or not it was an artesian aquifer, i.e. an aquifer under pressure?
Yes, we did, yes.
And what was CEPA's view in relation
they had a similar agreement because they're monitoring the aquifer well, the aquifer they monitor throughout, they monitor the aquifer throughout the region, and they pointed us to additional data they have for a borehole near Tain, which has similar characteristics.
The proposed use of the membrane on greens that was discussed with you, does it have advantages in terms of a long-term mitigation measure?
I mean, the real purpose of the membranes is really just to control the inputs and really where the input occurs. It also removes the inputs away from a groundwater penditritic system if it occurs, or a water body if it occurs next to the green. You can actually manage and you can actually manage and control the length of your flow path prior to the input reaching the water body.
You said on a couple of occasions in response to a line from Mr. Campbell that it's not necessary.
That's correct, yeah.
So why did you include it?
It's just it's good practice. It's even just the small sneak of a risk being present. It's something which can be very reasonably and at very cheap cost can be controlled and be removed.
So it's an avoidance approach.
It's almost complete removal of that risk from the risk register.
So this was approached following upon your risk assessment, as we could see from the parts of your risk assessment that you've been taken to.
Yes.
To avoid the risk.
That's correct, yes.
You were asked about the relevant threshold value that should be used and taken to the Environment Agency document. Could you have both SNH-78 and also the Environment Agency document? And that's SNH-41. Looking first of all at SNH-41. Could you go to section 2 in the methodology? And do we see in figure 2 the map that shows the dune slack locations included in the report?
Yes, I do, yes.
And these are on the southwest coast with one dune slack in East Anglia, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Just leave that open there and look at the UK tag report for the threshold values. And look at figure 2, which shows the location of wetlands that were used in the empirical correlation.
Yes.
What conclusion do you draw as to the difference in the locations that were used for the purposes of establishing values relevant to the northeast coast of Scotland?
There's a reasonable number of sampling points quite proximal to the site on the northeast of Scotland.
Now, both in your evidence in chief and then subsequently in your cross-examination from Mr. Mackay, you have reiterated that SEPA would use the tag thresholds.
That's correct, yes.
Could you go to the letter that was put to 23rd of March 2018, which is CD 2.22? And if you turn to paragraph 4.9, please. Could you just read out that paragraph?
4.9.
Yes.
We are particularly concerned about the potential risks that could be posed by nitrates and therefore welcome the schedule of mitigation which proposes that the application rates do not exceed the threshold values outlined in page 4, proposed nitrate trigger values, milligrams litre N, of UK Advisory Group on the Water Framework Directive, Technical Report on Groundwater Dependent Terrestrial Ecosystems, threshold values, version 9.3, June 2014. This lists threshold values by GWDTE category. This assumes that nitrate values of the chemicals must be measured prior to each application and may only be acquired if less than the nitrate threshold value of the nearby wetland. Wrong, and may only be applied if less than the nitrate threshold value of the nearby wetland.
And if you go to 4.10,
we note that when compared with surface water samples obtained from burns and ponds in the dune area, the bedrock aquifer presents a higher level of nitrate, 26 milligrams per litre in bedrock, against 2 milligrams per litre in surface water, and a lower chloride content of 38 milligrams per litre in bedrock against approximately 60 milligrams per litre in surface water. This exceeds the nitrate threshold values of GWDTE set out in the table for proposed nitrate trigger values of UK Technical Advisory Group for Water Framework Directive, Technical Report on Groundwater. Yeah, okay.
In the next part, do we see a recommendation about testing of irrigation water?
It says the irrigation water should also be tested for nitrate levels to ensure that the water applied is less than the relevant GWDTE nitrate threshold value. We already requested that monitoring boreholes MW1 and MW2 are added to the monitoring schedule and should include groundwater quality. It may be useful for the applicant to measure the nitrate concentration across the depth profile of the abstraction well to inform the depth at which they abstract the water to ensure that extracted water is already below the threshold value.
Could you just explain what it is that SEPA is advising there?
SEPA there are pointing towards the gradient of nitrates, which is typically occurs in boreholes such as we've identified with the new water and the old water.
That's the old water and new water argument.
That's correct, yes.
And then, sorry, if you can carry on, if the concentration
in the abstracted water is above the nitrate threshold, then dilution with surface or rainwater will be necessary prior to use in irrigation. The schedule of mitigation proposes further consultation with us and SNH regarding the proposed monitoring regime. This should be undertaken prior to any works commencing. We note and welcome that only inorganic fertilisers are now to be used. We note and welcome the measures that have been included in the addendum to the Construction Environmental Management Plan, and that buffers for inorganic fertilisers are now in line with General Binding Rule 18 under the Water Environment Controlled Activities Scotland Regulations 2011 as amended CAR, and that there is a commitment to a buffer of 1 metre for pesticides. We also note and welcome that fungicides will be used only on the greens and tees, and pesticides will not be used on fairways or rough or semi-rough areas.
And what is General Binding Rule 18?
General Binding Rule and the CAR regulations really just forces that you can't use pesticides within 1 metre of a surface water body.
So we see from that letter that SEPA has already formed a view as to what the threshold value should be.
Yes.
Do you know whether that has involved discussion with SNH?
It hasn't directly involved in discussion, no.
Did you? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
It hasn't. The threshold value hasn't been expressly said, no, in our discussions with SEPA.
You were taken to various extracts from the SEPA consultation responses in which it was made a distinction was drawn as to different responsibilities between SEPA and SNH regarding GWTE.
Yes.
But could you look at part of this UK tag advice, which is in the last paragraph above section 6.2?
Last paragraph.
Above 6.2.
Oh, sorry.
So it's the last paragraph of 6.1.
Yeah. Is that important to understand?
It is important to understand, yes. Could you just read that?
It is important to understand that these nitrate and phosphate concentrations were measured in groundwater, that is, feeding the wetland, and are not measured within the wetland itself.
What do you take from that?
They haven't directly tested water quality within the wetland.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. You need to keep a little bit
They have
closer.
not directly tested water quality within the wetland. So they've tested the water which is feeding out with the wetland.
You were asked some questions regarding the borrow pits and the approach that's been taken by SEPA towards any risk associated with the borrow pits.
Yes.
How would you compare the area of the borrow pits, or the scale of the area involved in the borrow pits, compared to the scale of the area that would be involved in constructing fairways, greens and tees?
Well, it's very much smaller. It's a very much smaller area. The footprint of the borrow pits are much smaller.
And the passages that you were taken to with the advice from SEPA as to what they would be insisting upon, one of the insistence was that they wouldn't be left open long term, that they would be remediated.
Yeah, backfilled, yes.
Yes, backfilled.
Yeah, they'd be backfilled, yeah.
What's the significance of that time frame issue or consideration?
Well, there's two considerations. One would be they'd be concerned of rainwater causing runoff of silts or mobilising silts that would get into the groundwater, but also just other surface water runoff into the borrow pit, either mobilising silts or other potential contaminants.
You were asked about phases in construction operations under reference to your water environment risk assessment, and you were looking for a reference that explains maintenance #2, maintenance #3.
Yes.
Could you look, please, at page 32? That's of your own document, APP 5.8. Do you see table 4.1?
Sorry, page 32.
Yes.
Table.
4.1. It's headed Summary of Main Construction Operational Activities. Is that APP 5.8?
That's correct, yeah. Table 4.1 describes what those maintenance phases are, yes.
I think that was what you were looking for.
Yes. So maintenance 1, for the benefit of Mr Mackay, maintenance 1 would be grounds management, general, and they were all, maintenance 1 to 4 were associated with the operational phases. And it was to, rather than consider all aspects of operation in a single gulp, if you like, a single table, we discretise the elements of risk within key components or key operations which will be carried out as part of the maintenance and operation of the golf course.
Thank you, Dr. Barry. That's the conclusion of your re-examination and evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Coppins. Thank you. Sorry, not Dr. Coppins, Dr. Bowie. Yes. Thank you very much. We'll break for a few minutes and wait the preparation for the next witness. I invite Mr. Coul to introduce his next witness. We've had a response from Councillor McGillivray about the timetabling issue we discussed earlier, and he is concerned that if we overrun, that's going to cause problems with his witnesses who have taken time off to attend tomorrow afternoon. The suggestions on how we can square the circle on this.
It's the witnesses in the afternoon that he's concerned about.
Yes, we have currently 9 witnesses scheduled, so he has mustered 9 witnesses ready to turn up tomorrow afternoon. The worry is obviously if we're carrying over work which we'd originally hoped could be done today till tomorrow, then the knock-on effect could be to delay the evidence of the community group witnesses.
It probably comes down, sir, to what Malone from Mr. Campbell predicts will be the length of cross-examination which he has already applied his mind to.
Well, as I've said already, but not in public, I've applied my mind to the question of cross-examination. And there are really 3 witnesses of whom there are more than a couple of questions. But I really don't estimate taking, apart from Professor Bell, I really don't estimate that I would take more than 10 minutes with any of the witnesses. So possibly optimistic, but I would think that we will get through the bulk of those witnesses tomorrow with a bit of effort. But it does mean sitting beyond 4. It may mean sitting beyond 4 o'clock, which may not be terribly popular on a Friday. So it depends, sir, on you whether you think the completion of the timetable is more important than breaking at 4 o'clock. I personally think it is, and if we could make the effort to regain the timetable, there would be benefits for the 4th week.
Yes, I appreciate that you're obviously doing everything you can to help Mr. Campbell, but we're still talking about the bulk of the witnesses, whereas they're talking about 9 witnesses. Are you anticipating on that basis that we could get through Professor Bell and the other 9 witnesses tomorrow, or do you think realistically we need to inform the community group that it's more likely that there will be some spillover into week 4 and possibly the morning of Friday the 22nd?
Well, that's quite a difficult question to answer, not knowing any of those witnesses, except anecdotally, as it were. I think my own friend Miss Wilson said mid-morning for Dr. Wright. Did I understand that right?
Yes, I mean, I suppose a possible other solution might be to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Well, it's going to be a help.
Well, that'd be fine with us, providing it's fine with the other parties. Well, perhaps we just need to impress on Councillor McGillivray that we'll be giving it our best endeavours, and that we're still hopeful of, to use Mr. Campbell's phrase, certainly being able to hear from the bulk, if not all, of their witnesses scheduled tomorrow afternoon. Okay, let's not dwell on that any longer just now.
So thank you. Can I present to the inquiry the next witness for not Coul, who is Dr. Brian Coppins. Dr. Coppins, good afternoon. You should have in front of you your precognition and inquiry report.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And I'd be obliged if you would simply read your precognition.
Okay. I'm Dr. Brian Coppins. I have a BSc in botany from Hull University and a PhD in biogeography from King's College, London. I've been studying lichens for 53 years, 35 of which were as Ascomycete and lichen taxonomist at the Royal Botanic Garden in Edinburgh. My field expertise in a wide range of habitats extends to most parts of Britain and Ireland, as well as overseas.
I wonder if you'd pull the microphone about 3 inches closer.
Yep.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Among my 250 or so publications, I was co-author of the 2 comprehensive guides for the lichens of Britain and Ireland, as well as for the Red Data Book for lichens and the 2 subsequent conservation evaluations of British lichens. In the 1980s, I was co-author of the survey and assessment of lowland heath, dune and macchia habitats, lichen habitats, prepared for the then NCC, and currently I'm the database manager for the British Lichen Society's Scottish Lichen Database, which holds close to 500,000 records. I appear as an expert witness on behalf of Not Coul and a support to the objection of the proposed golf course made by the British Lichen Society. This precognition summarises my topic paper. Coastal dune systems have developed around our coasts since the retreat of the ice some 10,000 years ago. They have been much reduced in extent since the late 19th century for several reasons, mainly afforestation to achieve sand stabilisation, and recreation, golf courses, caravan parks, and the like. And by no means all sand dune systems support species-rich lichen communities, especially if most of the system consists of mobile dunes and wet slacks. Lichen diversity reaches its zenith where there is an extensive coexisting areas of dune heath, H11, especially H11A, and certain dune grasslands, SD11 and SD12. We are left with few such examples, with Lockfleet SSI comprising ferry links and cool links being the most biodiverse in the British Isles in respect of their terricolous, that is soil-inhabiting, lichens, with a total of 101 species, with additional lichens being found on shingle, shrubs and subshrubs. From my personal experiences and discussions with overseas colleagues, Lockfleet SSI may well have the highest diversity of terricolous lichens for any dune system in northwest Europe, rivaled only by the dunes on the Danish islands of Anholt and Læsø. So why does the very Coul dune system have such biodiverse lichen assemblages? First of all, it's its size. There is a large extent and variety of nutrient-poor vegetation types and their associated niches that can support lichens. It is a habitat of long ecological continuity, enabling the accrual of species over time. Indeed, what we have today would have been part of a larger system that would have included what are now the Cart Track and Golspie Links golf course, and perhaps further back in time, the adjacent farmland and Ferry Wood. It has been relatively free of major disturbance, but has sufficiently large area to allow for processes of vegetational change following localized disturbances such as wind blows and rabbit scrapes. It has a stability of the instability. It is also sufficiently large for the lichen component to cope with past fluctuations in climate. The effects of the golf course proposal. Given that the Ferry Coul Links dune system has already been reduced in area over the past 150 years, the current proposal would greatly diminish the area of lichen-rich dune heath, reducing the potential for dynamic vegetational processes to continue without loss in biodiversity. There would be an inevitable reduction of small-scale, localized processes, niche creation, from the control of rabbits. This is a topic which the applicants have avoided. There has been marked reduction in rabbit population throughout much of Scotland, and this is likely to be the case at Coul. To reduce the rabbit activity at Coul even further would be highly detrimental to many of its component lichens. Increased nitrogen input into the system through fertiliser treatments. Increased nutrient input into the system through fertiliser treatment for vegetation that is dependent on low nutrient status. Fertilisers are directly harmful to lichens, altering the vegetation structure and soil conditions around them, leading to indirect harmful effects. As lichens are symbiotic partnerships of fungi and algae, they will be killed by any drift of fungicide treatment to the greens. Now, a few comments on the environmental statement and other papers submitted by the applicants. The ES highlighted only Cladonia mitis from a desk study. No lichen survey was commissioned, and the British Lichen Society was not approached for any further information. On page 184, the quote, "Lichen species were identified to the genus Cladonia," is just not good enough. Alan Friday's 1992 comment that Coul Links was rather disappointing was based on a brief visit of no more than an hour, which I've subsequently found out from Alan Friday, to the northern part of the Coul Links and a brief walk along the coastal edge. Had he ventured further south in the Dune Heath and to the west, he would have had a very different impression. Translocation of Dune Heath is suggested. A few examples where this has taken place are given in Mr. Haspel's topic paper. All the sites are not known to support rich lichen assemblages, either now or in recent decades. The images of lichens shown are all common turriculous lichens, often found in lawns, and do not compare to the diverse lichen assemblages found at Coul Links. Translocation of habitats is not proven as successful mitigation and is not recommended by JNCC, a Habitats Translocation Policy for Britain 2003. The lichen assemblages in the Dune Heath at Coul are found on more or less bare sand and open areas adjacent to Kaluna, and thus not physically possible to move without irreparable damage. And even if possible, where would the damaged material moved? Sorry, I've written here. The damaged moved material go without destroying further valuable habitat.
Thank you, Dr. Coppins. You've prepared a short inquiry report which makes reference to certain annexes.
Yes.
Sir, I must apologise on behalf of Not Cool for having failed to lodge those annexes. We can manage without them, and I don't propose to create a procedural hiatus now by offering to lodge them. But if any party wants to look at any of them, they are, of course, available. It's simply been a mistake on our part, and apologise to Dr. Coppins too. I think we can manage that without them.
But the inquiry report is NC 140, is that right?
That's right, yes. Okay. Sorry, I should have said that. I have no supplementary questions otherwise.
Okay, can we have your questions, Ms. Wilson, when you're ready?
Thank you. Could I ask you to begin with, Dr. Coppins, when you refer to the environmental statement, what part of the environmental statement have you read and have regard to?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
What part of the environmental statement have you read and have you had for the purposes of forming your evidence?
I went through all of it looking for, particularly for references to lichens and to rabbit control.
When you say all of it, do you mean all of it?
200 odd pages or whatever it was.
Perhaps you could have CD 1.7 in front of you. Is this the document that you referred to?
Yes, that's it.
Now, don't take this question as a criticism at all, but there are a lot of documents that lie behind this written statement. Have you looked at any of those?
Anything I could find pertaining to lichens in particular, yes.
So you have looked at documents other than this? Written
I have
statement?
looked at other documents. I've looked at documents other than this, certainly.
But it would appear from your evidence you're unaware of the figures that demonstrate how translocation would be carried out.
I have seen that, and I'm pretty sure an awful lot of thought, care has gone into that. But up to this time, I know of no successful example of where such translocation of dune habitat or very similar habitat has occurred, which has been lichen-rich. And certainly none of the sites which are mentioned in one of the reports, I think there was about a dozen sites mentioned, none of those are known to have a notable lichen flora, either in Scotland or those in England or Wales.
I'll come back to your opinion in relation to whether translocation could be successfully done later, but just by way of introduction at this point, the question that I was putting to you was, you have not looked at the plans that demonstrate the translocation, because you posed the question yourself in your evidence, both in your inquiry report.
I have looked at the plans.
Just let me finish the question, please. You posed the question yourself in your inquiry report and your precognition.
Mm-hmm.
Where is this going to be? Where is it going to go to? If you just look at the part that you just read out in your precognition at the end. Even if possible, where would the damaged moved material go without destroying further valuable habitat?
Yes, I have. That was done very early before, probably I wrote the precognition, before I'd actually seen some of the other documents. But I still feel, where is it going to be moved to? The only suitable places for it to be moved to is to that which already has some quality dune lichen heath on. So you've really got to destroy one piece to put down another. I can't see where there's any habitat there where you could put such translocations. And then even if you did, and you managed to move it there without, managed to sort of hold it together, it would probably survive okay for 2 or 3 years, but there is no guarantee that the sort of microdynamic processes which occur in these communities would be continued thereafter. It's more likely the transplanted material will become overgrown with grasses or some other thing. You can't transfer, you may be able to transfer some sort of turfs, for want of a better word, but you can't transfer the associated processes and all the nuances which are involved with those.
Have you heard the evidence to the inquiry of the experts for the applicants that the majority of the habitat to which the turfs would be transferred are either within the failed conifer plantation or the mesotrophic grasslands?
Yeah, and some of these I don't think are without actually being shown them on the ground, I'm not sure they are topographically suitable. Some of the best areas now are on the tops of the higher dunes, where you've got lots of steep slopes and cuttings where some material has fallen away, heather has died, rabbits have come in. So you've got a topographical or a microtopographical diverse system. In the conifer plantation, it would be much too sort of flat, if you like. And, most of the real notable species at Coul are found on the high dune and most of the high dune, from one of the atlases, which I have not to show, is a huge footprint, where obviously at least 70, if not more, percent of the most biodiverse rich areas would disappear under greens and fairways.
Well, I'm not discussing with you where you would put the translocated heath. What I'm putting to you is that you're wrong in saying that in your understanding that the turfs would be moved to valuable habitat, because the areas to which it would be moved is, in general terms, the previous failed conifer plantation and also mesotrophic grassland. Now that is not good quality dune heath, is it?
No, and why not? Because
Well,
it's certainly the same principles, the same aspect and microclimate things are there. It's less likely that the transplanted Coulula is going to survive, because you're moving it to somewhere where the Coulula should be anyway. And if it's not there, why not? I mean, I don't know the answer. Maybe it would, but I think the risk is far too great to do that.
Can we just establish that mesotrophic grassland and the habitats associated with failed conifer plantation is not valuable dune heath habitat, is it?
No, it's not. True.
Do you know the dimensions of the proposed turfs?
Offhand, no, but I think from the equipment I can imagine they're about 2 metres square, something like that.
You're sitting too far back.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. From the looking at the photograph, I imagine they're about 2 metres square.
What depth do you understand them to be?
I believe they were supposed to be quite deep. Was it 50 centimetres, something like that?
Half a metre.
Half a metre, yeah.
So if with turfs of those dimensions, or with that soil depth, I think Mr. Taylor in his evidence referred to it as nearly the height of the tables in the room here,
Yeah.
then that would result in that poor habitat, mesotrophic soil and grasslands being buried with these turfs being translocated, wouldn't it?
Sorry, I missed the end of that question. Would you mind repeating the question, please? Would result in?
I'm being advised, sir, that the proposal is to strip that habitat beforehand.
But it would be stripped to sand before the turfs would be put on. Yeah. Yeah.
The fact that Dune Heath is spreading within the Coul Link site, does that not suggest that the potential for Dune Heath to expand and or be re-established has been demonstrated, that the conditions are there to allow that to happen? Is that not right?
That's possible. I don't have a crystal ball.
And you referred to the conifer plantation as being flat, but it's the evidence of the applicants as demonstrated through the environmental information that the conifer plantation in fact has very varied topography with numerous summits. Have you been on site and
I've
seen
been
that?
on the site,
Yes.
but I haven't been. I've just seen it from a distance. I haven't been up close
You've
to the
seen it-
conifer plantation.
Right. You see the conifer plantation from a distance.
From a distance. But I don't think it compares with what currently exists on the higher part of the current high dune.
And within the conifer plantation itself, it's been the applicant's evidence that you do not find within that plantation area at present lichen-rich areas. You agree? Yes. I think from what you say about rabbits and the importance of rabbits and the role of rabbits in section 5 of your inquiry report, that the decline in rabbits is having a negative effect for lichens because of the fact there isn't the scrapes creating bare sand habitat.
Well, from the last time I visited the site, which was May last year, there was still sufficient rabbit population there to maintain the sufficient number of open scrapes and small bare areas. You must admit these bare areas need to be fairly small, probably not much more than a metre or two square in area. If you get larger, then you get too much loose sand, because the sites there on the dunes is mainly sand, not like it down at Kettle Links, where it's sand with lots of gravel. It's mostly sand there. And if you get too big an area, then you get too much movement. What you need is small areas, no bigger than about the size of these two tables. That is the ideal amount. And of course, these don't persist forever. They may only be there for 10, 15 years, and then somewhere else develops.
You're describing more pockets of bare sand.
Yeah, little pockets of sand. Yeah.
But if we look at section 5 of your report, you make mention of the loss of rabbits, or cite one of your references, in which it's recognised as a loss of rabbits from the dune systems of northwest Europe.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
And indeed, between 1995 to this stage, there's been a dramatic decline in rabbit populations.
Yes, it has. Yeah.
So would you agree that if the habitat is managed in a way that mimics rabbit activity, then that would be a good thing for lichens?
That's theoretical. As far as I know, it's never been properly tested. And this is the problem. There's not been enough research on these kind of things. A lot of thought maybe, but no actual practical research. And from what we heard earlier, insufficient monitoring over a long period, of at least 10 years or more.
Well, Mr. Taylor, who has considerable experience of ecological management on golf courses and observing the successive strategies that he advises golf courses to implement, has told the inquiry that, in his view, trimming or topping of heather has proven to be very successful, lets in light and allows lichens to establish.
It depends what lichens. It would certainly encourage certain lichens like Cladonia portentosa, Cladonia rangiformis, but there are a lot of lichens where I don't think that would happen. One of the priority species at Coul Links is Peltigrum malacia. Now that doesn't occur in short, it occurs at edges and often under the canopy of fairly tall Colluna at the edge. So you've got the butched edge and then the sand area. It'll grow just under that sort of leaf. And the two other species we found at Coul actually growing under tall, leggy Colluna where there's been a sand drop, so you've got a steep sand bank, and they're growing on those underneath. So you wouldn't get that sort of diversity in the habitat structure if everything was trimmed. And with trimming, although you're taking the bulk of stuff away, from what I heard from people in the New Forest who have experimented with this, you still get a lot of debris coming down from the old Colluna flowers and small leaves, and this forming a humus layer on the top, and you're not getting the bare ground, or in the case of the New Forest peat, exposed underneath.
I think it's fair to say, is it not, that ecological management is multifaceted. There are a number of different species that have to be taken into.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And what may be a disadvantage for one species may be an advantage for another species.
In some cases.
And insofar as there's a disadvantage for one species, that can be addressed through other measures, like, for instance, carrying out sand scrapes to compensate and ensure that there's sufficient habitat for colonisation by lichens.
That's possible, but I don't know. I've seen too much in my 50-odd years of looking around at sites, and I've heard in the past lots of well-intentioned moves. Then there's a change in personnel. It's the same with monitoring. You get a change in personnel in an organisation, and the whole impetus to carry on the work, the good work, whether it be micromanagement or monitoring, they just go. 10, 15 years along the line, some other priority comes in, money's short, move on to something else.
Well,
that's the way of the world, I'm afraid.
that matter's been addressed in the evidence by the applicants, and both Mr Taylor and Mr Haspel spoke to the commitment of the applicants that is reflected in the document that summarises the proposals for the environmental management plan. Have you read the environmental management plan?
I have done,
sorry,
but I don't remember
that.
it in detail. This was
Okay.
Early on in the readings.
I would suggest to you, Dr Coppins, that the points you're making are points that have been considered by the applicants as demonstrated by the applicant's witnesses, and that these are issues that could be incorporated into that plan, and the applicant could work with the British Lichen Society to achieve that.
I mean, the British Lichen Society would always advise on doing things beneficial for lichen. But I think in a Coul where you're going to lose a large amount of the habitat, or either lose or it would be removed and translocated, I think they would rather leave the habitat intact and carry on what is undoubtedly required at the site. It is some management of coarse control, shrub control.
I think from that last answer, you are accepting that the condition of the site at present is poor, or the condition of the dune heath at present is poor for lichens.
No, I wouldn't. The vast majority of it is in really good condition, but there are areas on the site with some cause of concern if they're not addressed.
And what are those areas?
Some areas in the Hyde where we've got small willows coming in, some birch and gorse.
So have you seen the figures that the applicants have put before the inquiry, the calculation of expansion of gorse, birch and bracken? And I think red willow herb as well.
Yeah, well, the area with the bracken I don't think comes into it too much, but certainly the gorse and the birch would always be a cause for concern. And
The gorse and the
unfortunately,
birch.
the conifer plantation has gone now, so the only way is up, I think, for that area, whatever happens to it. But I think there's certainly some young birch scrub. I mean, you don't need to get rid of it, or of course you have to think of, if you said yourself, biodiversity in the broad sense. And for some of the, we probably may hear, certain areas of gorse and of birch will be beneficial for birds and other things. But you have to maintain having in mind what the priority habitats are at the site.
First of all, would you accept the increase in brambles on the site is another problem, so far as lichens are concerned, on the plantation?
That's something needs to be done with that plantation area, and the bramble is a huge problem in many habitats and old meadowlands as well. So, but anywhere, you could say there's a problem with the conifers. You take the conifer out, but that's not the end of the story. Something there has to be done thereafter. Otherwise, other problems move in, whether it be gorse, broom, bramble, or depending on the soil conditions.
Targeted management of the site is what's required, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Targeted management. And so far as your answer to me earlier about the quality of the existing dune heath is concerned, you asserted that most of it was in good condition. But the majority of the dune heath on the site is habitat H11C. Have you looked at the MVC survey information?
There are lots of areas which aren't particularly good, yeah. Let's say there are concentrations of really good 11A type, and then going down to 11C where just a smaller range, half a dozen of the ones which are everywhere.
But in the 11C areas, in that situation, generally, the moss is out-competing the lichens.
The moss is out.
The moss is out-competing the lichens.
Yes and no. I mean, mosses and lichens have a big battle. Sometimes you get some of the lichens actually get established on some of the moss growth. In other case terms, the mosses take over the bare ground which some of the lichens occupy. So there's no easy answer, and different species and combinations of species behave differently under different conditions. There's no simple line of succession.
Are you aware that the approach that has been advocated by the applicants' experts to the siting of aspects of the course is that there'll be micro-siting around lichen patches?
Yes.
Successful lichen patches.
I think there's a lot of thought being gone in by some of the members of your team, and good in theory. And I'd just love to see them being tested, but I'm afraid not at the expense of what is one of the best dune sites in the British Isles. Should experiment somewhere else first, which is not quite so good, and try and get to improve them using these techniques, and then we could go forward.
You yourself, in your own evidence, give an example of a golf course in this area where there's been successful management that has resulted in lichen-rich dune heath. That's your reference to Skibo Castle?
As far as I know, I think I did say that I was uncertain as to what happened there. Certainly down there has been successful small areas of clearance of gorse. And the other thing which happens there is down there is extensive areas of rabbit fencing to keep rabbits out of the main golf course, but keep them on the dune heath and the areas of open sort of gravelly areas. But as far as I haven't seen anything in the applicant's case talking about rabbit fencing or any form of rabbit control.
No, I'm referring you to Skibo Castle as an example. You cite it as an example. You say, paragraph 7.5 of your inquiry report, if you want to look at it. You say transplantation of dune heath is suggested. A few examples are given where this has taken place. All the sites are not known to have supported rich lichen assemblages with the possible exception of Skibo Castle.
Yeah.
But I think from the public road down to Meikle Ferry,
Mm-hmm.
you can see the success in terms of the lichen assemblages.
Yeah, well,
Adjacent.
I don't know there's
Commons.
actually heath transplantation. Except I'm sure there's been some really beneficial clearance of gorse.
Well,
And there's more that needs being done at that site, of course, out with the...
I think we're in
golf course.
agreement that clearance of gorse presents an opportunity for lichens.
Yes?
And the point I'm putting to you is that looking at the areas of lichen assemblages just from the public road, you can see that they're existing in juxtaposition to tees and fairways.
Yes, they are. But I say it is a really different ground there. It's much gravelly, so there's less loose sand.
But what
There's
is
there are more things for the for the lichens to keep a hold on, if you like.
What is different as well, though, is that Coul Links has already a much richer array of species than existed at Skibo. Or do you not know that?
Skibo, or the kettle lynx overall, has a pretty impressive number of species. It's for the acid dune heath species, it's probably very similar to Coul. But what the kettle lynx system doesn't have is what we have in the other half of the Coul lynx, ferry lynx triplitis, and that's the extensive base-rich grassland you get on in ferry lynx. But sorry, yeah, that's the kettle lynx and Coul lynx, probably without looking, I've got some figures here somewhere, but they are very similar when it comes to the things on the acid dune heath systems. Their lichen flora is very comparable. And there are some species which occur at Coul which don't occur at Kettle, and there are some species that occur at Kettle which don't occur at Coul. So again, they're complementary. They're part of this really rare. We only have about half a dozen of these high-quality sites left in the UK, or the British Isles as a whole.
Well, I would suggest to you, Skibo is within a triple SI, or part of it is
Yes.
within a triple SI, the golf course there.
Yep.
And if it could be replicated, if lichen fields can be replicated there, then they could be replicated at Coul Links. It's an example.
Except that the golf course does not directly impinge at Kettle on the most lichen-rich areas, whereas the planned development at Coul is going straight in onto the most rich and biodiverse area. Absolutely, or you could, its footprints are right on top of them. Well, that was not the case at Kettle.
Could you look at the NVC plan, which is CD 1.40?
Yeah, I have it here. Sorry.
Now, the evidence of the applicants is that the most lichen-rich areas are avoided, it being recognised that small areas could be microsited around. When you say that the golf course is going right down onto the most lichen-rich areas, which part of the triple SI are you referring to?
Well, it's virtually the areas of 11C. I haven't got the number of the fairway on. Is it 4? Yeah.
essentially we're looking at where the H11A habitat is, aren't we?
No, so what I was looking at looks like H11C to me. So if these match up right. There is one of the fairways is in the 11A.
Well, that's
that area has actually got, although it's 11A, it looks to me that's there, yeah. That is one of the most important sites for certainly a species called Leptosium palmatum, and also for Peltidra malacia.
Are you looking at the small island of 11A below the purple?
This one here.
Yes.
And then
bounded by
here.
A24WT2, the purple area. I think it's where you're showing it. And then there's other areas of 11A further north, but that's a part.
Further
it's
north.
not further north. Up towards the
no, that's
Loch Fleet.
Yeah,
That's not affected at all by the golf course, is it?
No, it's not. But on the other hand, we didn't find any of the most notable lichen species there either. There was the common species, but the notables weren't there at all.
No, but habitat 11A is lichen-rich habitat.
It can be. Yeah.
And the pocket that you refer to...
Oh, sorry, 11A, definitely, yes, sorry, I beg your pardon. 11C. Yeah, 11A, yes, definitely.
And the pocket that you refer to can be microsited around. It's not a large area.
I don't like this micrositing because, yes, at this point in time, that is the area. But it probably wasn't 40 years ago, and it probably won't be in 40 years' time. These things move with time, albeit on these high dunes much slower than lower down the dune system. But they will change. And what is happening here is trying to fix things in time. And too many conservation measures in other habitats to try and fix things in time prove not to work in the long run.
But I would suggest to you, Dr. Coppins, that's why targeted management is important. You're monitoring the site, you're monitoring the condition of the site, and you're taking appropriate remedial action.
If it's going to work, then it does need, guaranteed long-term sort of micromanagement, if you like, and monitoring.
And if we get to a point that there's no intervention from rabbits whatsoever, the difference with a proper management system is that there is long-term management that takes the place of that.
I think that is always possible, and it won't just affect Coul lynx, it will affect many, many other habitats. As we know, the effects of diminishing rabbit populations has effect on grassland habitats and others. So we have to think of alternatives when we really have to. But at the moment, I don't think we really have to, apart from being linked with a golf course development.
Well, we do know from the SNH-SSSI management statement that dune heath or sand dune habitat is in unfavourable conservation status and continuing to decline. Do you agree? We know that from the SNH documents before the inquiry.
Are you talking generally or just at Coul?
At Coul lynx. Well, the Loch Fleet SSSI, to be precise.
I don't think that is. I think there are certain, as far as I am aware, it is certain areas made along the western edge, which are, like called in easy terms, rather messy and do need attention. But a large part of the dune heath seems to be reasonably okay within the fluctuations of these things. And it's a bit difficult to know because the site, of course, was much more heavily grazed than gets grazed nowadays. So it's probably still adjusting from that change in management.
Well, you can't just assume that the changes that are occurring at Coul lynx, the continuing decline of the habitat there, will just reverse. It's just nature and the fluctuations of nature. As Dr. McMullen has said to the inquiry in his evidence, conservation now has to be approached differently because one is dealing with real issues arising from human activity. And at Coul Links, one of the things that's most relevant to the condition of the dune heath is the increased nitrogen deposition from atmospheric deposition. Do you accept that?
I certainly accept that. That's a general phenomenon in many terrestrial habitats. Certainly atmospheric input. And what we can do about that, I do not know. It's mainly national policies on nitrogen in the atmosphere, and that's quite out with my expertise, except I would like to see it come down, but how that comes about with agricultural policies, I have no idea.
You accept yourself in your evidence the need to create instability, don't you?
Yes.
And creation of bare sand has the advantage that it removes overfixed grassland.
So I didn't quite get...
Creation of bare sand
Yes.
results in the removal of overfixed grassland.
It's better than overfixed grassland.
Yes.
You say. Yes, unless the fixed grassland is very closely grazed, where you get another sweep of lichens can come into. But if you've got tall rank grassland, yeah. But it has to be, say, in small areas or in topographical depressions or something which will sort of hold it together and allow a biocrust to form on the surface.
And at Coul Links, this type of management is required with or without the golf course?
Yes. Certainly as far as I said before, improving the former plantation and keeping the gorse in check and other invasive shrubs, birch and the like, and the conifer seedlings which may float in from wherever. These all need to be kept on top of. And I think, as Johnny Hughes said the other day, this is just the standard what would have been happening under the old SWT management. This is the work that the people on the ground go out and do continually.
Well, I discussed with Mr. Hughes whether or not that was effective management given the continued expansion of these invasive species within the site. But if you accept from me that of the triple SI area, 328 hectares is the area of land in respect of which the golf course would occupy. Of that, 22.8 hectares is land take, if you like. Now that leaves 305 hectares to be subjected to a targeted management scheme. Surely that must be a positive thing for the Coul Links part of the triple SI. To have 305 hectares under positive management.
Well, it should be under positive management now, in my opinion. It's up to SNH and the landowners to agree to that. That's out with my control, apart from writing letters of encouragement.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I think you'd accept, is not under management. It's not being managed.
As far as I know, at the moment, it isn't. That ceased some years ago. Active management for the benefit of important habitats there.
Are you aware that the issue that is resulting in the current unfavourable status is that there is not 10 to 15% bare sand within the sand dune habitat?
No proper experience of actually what that means on the ground. I accept that may be true, but can't say either way.
That's not within your area of expertise,
No.
then?
And I'll need to go on site or something to see that.
Do you know that the methodology proposed for the lifting and relaying of June Heath would involve inserting sand around the joining edges of the turfs?
Mm-hmm.
That as well would be an opportunity, would it not, for lichens to develop around the turf margins?
If you're going to try that out, I would recommend that's what one did, certainly. In theory, I think it could well work, but I would just like to see it done with lichen, in a lichen heath, and not just Kaluna stands, but actual lichen-rich Kaluna. The only trouble is, where do you sacrifice the community to actually try it out on?
Insofar as you're questioning whether or not it can be done successfully, at 7.6 of your inquiry report, you refer to one of your references, Lamley, to 2008. But that's produced as NC-55. Could you have a look at that, please?
This was a very different habitat, of course, to what we've got here. This was transplantation of Breckland heath, calcareous habitat.
Well, that's one point that I was going to ask you about, that it's a very different habitat.
Yes, it's not direct, apart from it was the same sort of technique was tried, but it didn't work.
It's 55, I think. NC 55.
Could you turn to page 49, please?
Okay. There. Conservation lessons?
That's right, in the second paragraph under that heading.
Yep.
Do we see here a description of what was involved? In the middle of the paragraph, most attempts have involved habitat management or transplants, and in Breckland both approaches have been tried. The first involved creating new habitat by scraping the ground surface, whilst transplants were attempted by Gilbert with the assistance of Hitch and Lamley. This work included translocating material from the Isle of Wight, where there are strong populations of this species, and inserting plugs of turf supporting the lichen into the ground at Laken Heath. So this was a different methodology altogether than the applicants are proposing.
Yes, it is. But this is one of the few examples I could find where there was a published results of translocation of terricolous lichens, particularly not just any old lichen, but lichens which were, for whatever reason they're fussy. We don't know why they're so damn fussy, but they are fussy. And these are the two cases, the only sort of cases I could really find. There have been other transplants of actually directly taking lichen thalli and sticking them onto trees and things with arrowdite or whatever. But this was the only place I could hear about turf plugs. And these were micromanaged, so they should have succeeded, and they were going in precisely the right sort of place, but they still didn't work. Yeah.
Well, you would accept there's a significant difference in the methodology that involves substantial soil underneath the habitats being removed as opposed to plugs being inserted.
I accept that, yes.
And indeed that is recognised in the evidence of Mr. Haspel. Have you read his inquiry report?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Insofar as you're mentioning a lack of scientific literature on this issue, there's no reason, is there, why the developer and the British Lichen Society couldn't work together and, using monitoring data, publish findings?
If there were some transplantations going on, yeah, I'm sure something like that could be arranged, yeah.
Translocations.
And it would be good to get some results done.
Could you look at another document, please, SNH-70? SNH-70, 70. The abstract on the first page, and then I'll move to another page. Dr. Coppins, have you seen this study before, or this paper before?
No, I don't believe I have.
As you can see from the heading, its subject matter is long-term heathland restoration on former grassland, the results of a 17-year experiment.
Mm-hmm.
And taking it short, if you look at the abstract and go down towards the bottom, in the last quarter of the abstract, do you see the sentence beginning, turf translocation was effective in reducing pH to the required range and restoring the heathland community in the long term. However, this technique should only be considered as a means of rescue when habitat destruction is otherwise unavoidable. Do you see that?
I'd see that, yeah.
And then if you move to page 1608, which is the second last page,
Yep.
and the right-hand column, if you look halfway down, do you see a sentence beginning, finally, translocation of the entire heathland community? Do you see that sentence?
To say the right hand.
Right-hand column, yes.
Ah, I've got you. Yep, yep. Final translocation.
Finally, translocation of the entire heathland community was the most successful restoration treatment in the long term. This approach may also have the additional benefit of translocating key functional components of the soil microbiome community, and the above and below ground invertebrate community. However, there is a high cost and risky technique requiring special equipment and skills, and those are all matters that have been addressed by the applicant's witness, Mr. Taylor and Mr. Haspel. Did you hear that evidence?
I did indeed.
And did you hear Mr. Taylor say that whilst there is a lack of depth to the scientific material, there are some papers that are supportive of translocation as a technique, with experience showing over the past, more recent years, increased success in translocation?
Yes, on the other hand, in Table 2, I note there are no lichens present in this transplanted area. A few bryophytes, but no lichens whatsoever.
I'm putting that paper before you as indicative of the methodology that's been proven.
Yeah, as I say, I think the methodology has got a lot going for it. But what I would not like to do is to see Coul links sacrificed as an experiment to try it out. I would like to see it tried out properly somewhere else where maybe maybe be part of the A9 widening or something where there's some areas of lichen-rich Coulula has got to go. We can't stop the dualling of the A9. And so try it out on that, rather than try it out on, say, what is one of the most important dune heath habitats in northwest Europe.
Well,
I think it's worth having a go, but not at Coul Links.
the development of the proposed golf course would not result in the sacrifice of Coul Links as a whole. And
as far as lichens, it would mainly destroy, say, the largest amount of interest. There's a lot of other interest at Coul Links, of course. We've heard much about the dune slacks, which, of course, have no use for lichens whatsoever.
well, I've already taken you to the MVC mapping to just identify where that rich area is, and I don't intend to go back to that. Do you accept that ongoing levels of nitrogen deposition, atmospheric deposition, is a particular risk for lichens?
Yes, most definitely, and not just heathlands, but in anywhere where you get these high levels of nitrogen. You can see that just driving along in a car and seeing the different lichens on the twigs and the trees. It's evident in the last 30 years, seen huge change, especially as sulfur dioxide acid rain deposition has decreased. The amount of nitrophiles colonizing, particularly on trees, has increased enormously.
I would suggest to you, Dr. Coppins, that many of the issues that you acknowledge exist at Coul Links can be positively managed, and through proper targeted management, such as in relation to heather areas. Mr. Haspel discussed the different ways, and I think also Mr. Taylor, the different ways in which through proper targeted management, opportunities for lichens could be developed in areas of heather, not just simply by topping the heather, but by going in and pulling it out by hand, leaving spaces, opening up canopy. Those are all positive things for lichens, aren't they?
Yes, they could be. They're worth trying. But I think these sort of things need to be done anyway, not just at Coul, but many other sites, not just associated with golf courses. A lot of these small management processes, or almost gardening, if you like, they do need trying out. But a lot of people do try them out, have tried them out in the past, but they've never written it up anywhere. And so we just don't know. Unless the benefit, the experience has been passed on from somebody to somebody else, we don't have a proper record of any of these techniques.
You make the point in paragraph 6 of your report fertilizers are toxic to lichens, and then you cite a paper, Remp et al., which is NC-56, if you could have that, please. Does this paper, I'm looking at the front of the abstract again at page 1173.
Mm-hmm.
We can see on the in the right hand column, even at the moderate nitrogen loads of this study, folios, lichens, forbs and grasses were reduced in short grass vegetation at acid sites. And on the opposite column, we can see that grass encroachment in acid environments increases due to elevated nitrogen deposition. Is that because of the toxic effect, in your opinion?
It's multifaceted, really. There's often a toxic effect on lichens. The reason that lichens are lichens, these two organisms, a lichen and a fungus, growing in close association with one another. And then this mutualistic symbiosis allows them to exist in often very nutrient-poor habitats. But what they are not good at is competing against higher plants, especially if the nutrient status of the environment, of the soil or rock or whatever it is, or gravel rather, whatever it is they're growing on, goes up. Then they can't compete. But there is direct effect of fertilizers directly on the lichen physiology, its own physiology. But very often it's these things, if it's particularly with very low quantities, it's often a direct effect, an indirect effect, by benefiting other herbs or shrubs around them.
Separately, nitrogen is also toxic to heathers too, isn't it?
Pardon?
Nitrogen is also toxic to
I would
heather.
imagine so.
And the other negative that you reference in your evidence is the application of fertilizers. But you don't have any experience in golf course management.
No, that was really put in because that was a concern. Now, if that concern has been addressed well by others, that's fine. I'm not so sure. I always would, again, err on the side of caution. With accidents can happen in a sensitive area. But it's really, it was for myself and as for the British Lichen Society to express concern. You know, when you can see a development in or alongside an important lichen habitat, if anything's to do with increase in nitrogen, whether it be a chicken farm or something like that, or application of increased application of fertilizers or pesticides in or adjacent to a lichen habitat, we're going to raise a concern. It really would need those who are much more expert in these things than I am to decide where things proceed.
I think what you're telling us today is that when you, as an association, identify something as a concern, it's something you would like the decision maker to have regard to.
Yes.
And take into account.
Yes, most definitely.
Although you reference in your report ample recognition to the differences between the ferry links part to the SSI and the Coul links. Do you accept that it's the more the diverse areas within the SSI, ferry links?
Ferry links is, yes. Because it has these large areas, substantial areas of calcareous ground, which we don't get at Coul, apart from a tiny bit in the northeast corner.
Also in your report, you expressed disappointment, not necessarily in those terms, that there was only one species looked at in the environmental statement. I think that's paragraph 16 of your report. Are you aware that the reason for addressing that particular species was as a consequence of the scoping process that was undergone prior to the environmental statement being prepared?
What I was amazed was that no one had actually asked or investigated the NBN or others to see if other notable lichens present on the site. And such exist. And no one approached the British Lichen Society. I can't remember the exact detail, but although species aren't definitely mentioned, but I think in the general SSI description for the site, you know, lichen-rich ground vegetation is an important part of the site, without mentioning many species, maybe just Locadonia mitis. It seemed to me that in an area which is, and I'm sure most of the surveyors who actually did work the site, they know their stuff sufficiently to know that they are walking over a site which is actually quite exceptional. They wouldn't normally see so many lichens of different sorts, even if they don't know their names. They must have known that they're treading on really important ground.
Well, I would suggest to you that the MVC mapping that I showed to you earlier addressed that particular issue by identifying H11A areas. But so far as the reporting on one lichen species is concerned, that resulted from carrying out consultation with Scottish Natural Heritage. Are you aware of that?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's actually in the SSI citation, if I remember correctly.
And although you say it's just not good enough, that the extent to which there was assessment of lichen species, it was good enough for SNH, and it was good enough for the Highland Council.
I think some more responsibility should be held here. And I never understood why SNH never asked for a specific lichen survey.
Thank you, Dr. Coppins.
We have no questions, so Mr. Campbell, back to you.
Just quickly, Dr. Coppins, am I understanding correctly that lichens choose where they want to live and not necessarily susceptible to being moved to where people want them to live?
Yeah, that seems to be the case. I mean, in the few cases that I've tried some transplantations too, and I haven't written it up, I must admit. Well, there are in some grey literature reports. Yeah, and sometimes you just don't know why. With transplanting things on trees, sometimes it can become evident. Often you can move it from a tree where the lichen was doing very happily, the tree falls over or has to go, and you move the lichen and stick it on another tree in an evidently suitable looking position. And somehow or other, the molluscs find them and decimate them within weeks. Whereas molluscs, slugs or snails, whereas on the other tree, for some reason, the slugs and snails didn't seem to get to them. I have no idea why. And there's lots of these sort of examples of lichen strange behaviour, which you don't understand.
Experience you don't know the answer to.
No. Can make a few guesses sometimes, but
Well, I guess that's the question. Is the guesswork advanced, or are you still completely in the dark about why lichens choose a particular habitat to colonize?
I think we have a better idea now than, say, certainly when I started lichenology. Our knowledge has increased considerably in over 50 years. And it's gaining all the time. We could do with more research money, of course, right now. But, yeah, it's increasing. And I think there are more people now on the ground, both specialist lichenologists and ecologists and foresters and the like, who are making observations which we can make good use of, which was a resource we never had, certainly 30, 40 years ago even.
Thank you. I just want to check one document, if you bear with me a second. Page number. Sorry, Major. Document CC 15, which I will show you in a second. It's in the Coalition range of general references, electronic page 931. Take that, take that. You have that, sir. Thank you. That seems to be internal communication within SNH. A memo from David Jenny, David Patterson, and Stuart Angus. And if you read down to the foot of the first page, you'll see a subparagraph heading lichens. You have that? The most recent lichen survey by Friday states that, there's a quotation, the photos Stuart has provided largely support this observation. That is why I advise, this paragraph ends, that is why I advise low to medium rather than just low likelihood of importance for lichens. Cladonia mitis was recorded by Friday in Coul links and is assessed as near threatened against IUCN Red List criteria. It is also nationally rare. Presumably this occurs in the small area referred to above, etc., etc. It appears that the Coul links area doesn't have the pebbly areas that support the important lichen community, including very rare species such as Hypergymnia vittata, found around Ferry Wood. Now, these are internal observations within SNH, and one doesn't want to make too much of them, but is that a fair summary of what you found at Coul Links?
It's a fair summary of what would have been on file at the time.
Okay. In your recognition, you talk about the distinctiveness of Coul Links and its relative importance in northwestern Europe.
Yeah.
How have you come to that view?
Because, well, I'll say, what this letter doesn't actually mention, it just mentions the Friday report.
Yes.
It didn't mention the 1984 Lichen Society Heathland Review, where Coul Links is cited of high national importance, as part of the Prairie Link system, and almost unique.
Well,
but SNH obviously hadn't cottoned onto that.
We are where we are in 2019,
Yeah.
and you're giving evidence now as an expert, clearly. What is it that's led you to express the views that you have expressed in your recognition about the relative importance of this site in northwest Europe?
Because that's what well, all the evidence suggests that it is from the biodiversity assessments we've done.
And is part of that evidence your own observation?
Yes. Particularly from...
So
I have been to Coul Links briefly in the past, but for a whole day around the June Heath area, just under a year ago. And in that time we added 14 turriculous lichens, ground-growing lichens, to the list from what was previously recorded. And I'm sure there's a lot more to be found. That was one day.
is the observation of these species a skilled matter?
Yes,
or something
very much so.
Anybody could do?
No, no one. You're probably talking about half a dozen people in this country who could carry out such work, if that.
Thank you very much. That's all I need. Those are all the questions in re-examination.
Thank you, Dr. Coppins. Let's take another 5-minute break if we're still there to hear from the examination in chief of the first witness. Okay, thank you.
I indicated informally to you, both sirs, that I was going to move to lodge a written submission by Chris Haspel just containing some factual information relating to Hole 7 at Royal Dornoch. And it's been the subject of discussion with Mr Mackay and Mr Ferguson. And as a result of those discussions, SNH do not object to this written submission being lodged and accept that it's of relevance and should be before, the information should be before you.
So has everyone else seen it, or are they aware of it? It's new to me, but Mr Campbell.
I'm aware of it, and I expressly do not accept that it's relevant, and I don't object to it.
Right, just bear with us a minute whilst we have a quick look at the new material. Can you give us a bit more background to this, please, Ms Wilson?
Yes, sir. The reason that I'm moving to have this lodged is that at the time that Mr Haspel was cross-examined about different courses and changes to Royal Dornoch, that was a line of questioning that was not anticipated. And as a result of that, Mr Haspel wasn't expecting it, and after he had finished his evidence, which was the following, or that on the Friday, having discussed the matter with him on the Monday, he told me that there was more factual information that he would have raised if he had known that the question, an issue was going to be raised. So it's purely factual information about volumes of sand and what was involved, has been involved in the moving of hole number 7 on the basis that it was anticipated that you would probably both carry out an unaccompanied site visit, so that this information provides the background as to what one now views, because of the construction work having been finished on the fairway and the semi-rough. What was involved and lies below the finished levels can't be appreciated just from a site visit.
Thank you. We've already conducted an evening site visit, probably at a very similar time to when the photographs were taken. And we'll have a read of the new material and see whether it's necessary to go back again, or it may just put in context what we've already seen. So thank you for that. Mr. Ferguson.
Sir, SNH agrees that the document is relevant. We don't object to its submission, but that shouldn't be taken as agreement by SNH as to its content. Our understanding of the context for the written submission is that it is submitted in lieu of Mr. Haspel potentially being recalled as a witness.
Yes, well, I'm obliged to Mr. Ferguson. I had been contemplating seeking to have him recalled just to deal with this matter and to provide that factual information. But I thought this was a more efficient way to deal with it without taking up inquiry time as we increasingly fell behind programme.
Okay, thank you all. Let's proceed on that basis then. And do we need to give it a document number? Are we treating it as a written submission?
Yes, the proposed number, sir, is APP 1.36.
Yes, can you also email this to the office so that it can go on the website, please? Thank you. Okay, let's move back to then the evidence of Dr. Wright. Mr. Coul.
Thank you, sir. The third witness for the Conservation Coalition is Dr. Lucy Wright, who has a topic paper which is LW60 and recognition, and as before, generally taking those as read but picking up various aspects as well as some supplementary matters. Dr. Wright, if we can start with your topic paper. In section 2 you set out your background and experience, and we see there at 2.1 that you're a principal conservation scientist at the RSPB Centre for Conservation Science, where you lead the team that provides scientific advice on casework. Can you describe briefly for the reporters what that entails?
Yeah, okay. Can I just check the microphone's working okay to start with? There's two main strings to my role as a principal conservation scientist. So the first part of that is that I oversee scientific input to all of RSPB's casework across the UK and internationally. So that involves, ensuring that we have the right expert advice on all of the cases that we get involved with. And the second part of that work is that I lead a team that conducts research to try and understand more about how different types of developments affect birds. So we carry out new research where there are gaps in the evidence and gaps in our understanding of how developments affect birds. And the aim of this really is to narrow the uncertainty about how developments will affect birds so that decisions like this one can be based on sound science.
I think, Dr. Wright, if you could slow down just a little bit. The reporters are busy writing. The rest of your paragraph 2.1, you set out your membership of various organisations and your qualifications. You can take those as read. In paragraph 2.2, you refer to research that you've undertaken, and you mentioned previously spending 9 years working at the BTO, which we explained in the previous paragraph, is the British Trust for Ornithology. Now, I understand that that time includes experience doing environmental impact assessment, strategic environmental assessment, and HRA, which I've temporarily forgotten what that stands for. You could maybe explain that.
Habitats Regulations Assessment.
Thank you. If you could just, again, outline briefly for the reporters that experience.
Sure. So in terms of strategic environmental assessment, I led the biodiversity assessment for Severn Tidal Power in 2010. So this was a very large project for the UK government, which was considering the development of a range of different options for tidal power proposals on the Severn Estuary that would have affected coastal non-breeding water birds. And as well as a whole range of other coastal ecology. So I coordinated the biodiversity part of the strategic environmental assessment and brought together the information from that assessment on various aspects of biodiversity, including water birds, fish, intertidal ecology, and benthic ecology, and various aspects of that. In terms of impact assessment and habitats regulations assessment, I've done various bits of work, largely in relation to wind farms, offshore wind farms. So I was involved in the environmental impact assessment and habitats regulations assessment for the Dogger Bank offshore wind farms. There's 4 wind farms there that I did the impact assessment work for. And then I was also involved in the impact assessment for a proposed tidal lagoon development at Cardiff. So we got as far as the scoping part of that environmental impact assessment, and then because of funding problems with the company, we didn't complete the environmental impact assessment for that one, but we did do quite a large amount of survey work and waterbird tracking work. And then I also conducted a review for the Airports Commission of proposed airport development in the Thames Estuary, which I think had quite a high media profile at the time. So that was a review which was really to inform the scoping process that would have been required had an impact assessment been carried out. And that was, again, looking at the potential effects of that development on coastal non-breeding water birds. And I think between the Severn Tidal Power work and the Thames Estuary work and the Cardiff Tidal Lagoon, those 3 developments together probably represent the 3 developments that would have had the largest impacts on coastal non-breeding water birds in the UK in recent years.
There's been some criticism at the inquiry about NGOs and other bodies and campaigning activities. Could you give the reporters examples of positive engagement with developments that you've had?
Sure. So working with developers and land managers has really been a central part of my work throughout my career. So taking an example from the beginning of my career, my PhD involved working with the Forestry Commission in Thetford Forest to work out how to manage forestry operations, commercial forestry operations, in an area that has since been designated as an SPA. It was designated just after I completed my PhD. And really that was trying to balance the commercial needs of the Forestry Commission with the needs of the birds. Then another example from my work at the BTO. So there I, for 2 years, ran a group called Strategic Ornithological Support Services, which I mention in my topic paper. And that group brought together all of the offshore wind farm developers in the UK and all of the statutory nature conservation bodies, including SNH, and all of the regulatory bodies, including Marine Scotland, and the Crown Estate, who own the seabed, and that group worked for 2 years to aim to resolve some of the key consenting risks posed to offshore wind farm development by birds. And so as part of that work, we did a great deal of research working with developers to address some of the things that were preventing them from getting planning consent because of the uncertainty about the risks to birds. And some of that research has... So one of the key examples of research from that work is that we did a piece of work that showed that you could reduce the risk to seabirds from wind farm development by more than half by making very small changes to the turbine design and layout. And that allowed developers to get consent for projects that would otherwise have been unconsentable because of their risks to SPA birds.
We've heard a lot of the inquiry about specialisms within specialisms. Just so that we're clear, what's your particular specialism within ornithology?
So my key interest really is in coastal water birds, particularly non-breeding water birds in the UK.
If we can turn then within your topic paper to your section 4, where you discuss the conservation importance of the site, and if I can ask you to read your paragraph 4.1 of your topic paper.
So 4.1 is headed Bird Assemblage at Coul Links. The application site is within the most northerly part of the Murray Basin complex of estuaries and forms a part of the most northerly estuary in Europe to hold internationally important concentrations of birds in the non-breeding season. And I refer to a couple of peer-reviewed papers there. The Dornoch Firth and Lochfleet SPA, of which the application site forms a part, has been described as, and this is a quote, one of the best examples in northwest Europe of a large, complex estuary which has been relatively unaffected by industrial development.
And you've quoted there from the document which you've produced as LW50, and you've given it the author reference as per normal scientific practice, but could you just explain to the reporters what that document actually is?
Sure. So the Stroud et al. 2001 LW50 is an extract from the 2001 SPA review by the Joint Nature Conservation Committee. So the Joint Nature Conservation Committee... I'm sorry, yeah. It's from the 2001 SPA review, which was it was led by the Joint Nature Conservation Committee. So the JNCC, the Joint Nature Conservation Committee, take out periodic reviews of the SPA network in the UK, and the most recent one was in 2016, but that review didn't include any updated descriptions of the sites. So the 2001 review is the most recent description that we have in an SPA review of the site itself.
And if you could then read 4.2 and 4.3 of your topic paper.
The UK as a whole is particularly important for non-breeding migratory water birds, which are ducks, geese, swans and waders, that breed in the Arctic and subarctic, coming from breeding sites as far afield as the central Canadian Arctic and central Siberia. Most of these water birds nest at very low densities over extensive areas, but gather in the non-breeding season in UK wetlands in dense aggregations. The UK thus has a significant responsibility for high proportions of their total populations. And again, I refer to Stroud et al. 2001 at the SPA review. Some of these birds stay in the UK for the winter, whilst others use our wetlands as stopover sites in spring and autumn, where they refuel before continuing their journeys to wintering sites elsewhere. The purpose of the internationally coordinated network of SPAs is to maintain both the population size and the geographic range of migratory bird species at all stages of their life cycles, as this is important in maintaining the resilience of their populations, for example, to extreme weather events, climate change, and other variable environmental conditions. Migratory birds also rely on a network of sites spread across their migration routes to stop over and refuel so they can survive their long migrations and arrive at breeding sites in good enough condition to breed successfully. For these reasons, the location of the Dornoch Firth and Loch Fleet estuary complex at the northern edge of the non-breeding range of the internationally important waterbird populations it supports makes its conservation particularly important.
In those paragraphs, you've mentioned stopover sites, the importance of the network of sites. Earlier paragraph and elsewhere in the topic paper, you mentioned your document LW53. Can you refer the reporters to the relevant parts of that document in relation to the stopover sites, the network of sites? And SIRS, LW53, I believe, is page 655 on the PDF. 655. So if you could explain to the reporters the relevance of the document to the stopover sites, the network of sites.
Okay, so this is a paper on movements of waders to and from the Murray Firth. And just to be clear about the area that they are referring to as the Murray Firth, because sometimes the inner Murray Firth and the outer Murray Firth are confused in different documents. They state in the first sentence of the introduction that they're referring to the coastal fringe of the Murray Firth between Brora in Sutherland and Burghead in Murray, so that it's clear that it's including this area. And firstly, I'd like to refer to a passage in the abstract of this paper, which is on page 655. So it says, ringing studies have shown that the wintering populations include locally breeding oystercatchers, lapwings, ringed plovers and curlews, knot and turnstones from Greenland and Canada, redshanks from Iceland, oystercatchers from the Faroes and the Northern Isles, dunlins, curlews and bar-tailed godwits from Scandinavia and Russia are also found wintering in the Murray Firth. And then in relation to stopover sites, it goes on to say, many birds from these populations also pass through the Murray Firth on both autumn and spring migration, as do dunlins from Greenland and ringed plovers from the high Arctic and redshanks from Orkney. And then if we go on to page 665 in the PDF, which is the sort of final paragraph of this paper. So if you've got a paper copy, it's the page numbered 121 within LW53. So this highlights again the importance of the Murray Firth as a staging site. It says, the northerly latitude of the Murray Firth makes it particularly important for waders migrating between Scotland and northern Europe or Iceland, being the first or last large area of intertidal flats for the birds, either after or before a major sea crossing. And then a couple of sentences further on, it says, as well as being an important wintering location, it is a vital staging area, particularly in spring, for a wide range of Icelandic and high Arctic breeding shorebirds.
Okay, thank you. If we can move from your topic paper now to your precognition, but we'll be going back to the topic paper. In your section 4 in your precognition, that's titled The Applicant's Assessment and Potential Impacts from the Proposed Development, and you deal initially with the inadequacy of bird data. If I can ask you to read those 3 paragraphs on that page, 41, 44, 41, 42 and 43.
So, decisions on the proposed development of such an important site need to be founded on a complete and robust evidence base. My concerns regarding the inadequacy of bird data include the lack of surveys across all times of the year in multiple years, and the lack of surveys of farmland adjacent to the application site that could provide important functionally linked land that may help to support the Ramsar site and SPA bird populations. Bird numbers and species present at coastal sites vary within and between years due to seasonal effects, weather conditions and food availability. At the application site, the number of birds using the dune slacks varies depending on levels of seasonal flooding. Sections 5.1 to 5.4 of my topic paper explain how, for developments predicted to affect Ramsar sites or SPAs, a minimum of 2 full years of survey is normally expected, and best practice is to include 5 years of bird data to account for this variability. I note that SNH also questioned whether the survey work and information is sufficient to evaluate the conservation implications.
And that final sentence, you've cross-referred to the SNH memo from Dr. Dowse, which is CC15, and if we can look at that and at the same time get the APP 215 document, which completes the relevant exchange of emails.
So I've got a page number for CC15.
Oh, sorry, sir. I believe it starts at 927.
Could you pass me a paper copy of CC15? My computer's being slow. Oh, it's woken up now.
So on the CC15 document, which is the internal SNH memo to David Patterson from Dr. Andrew Dowse on the Coul Lakes Golf Course proposal, if we go to the second page, and there's a heading survey data needed for the EIA, and it refers to survey data from ALBA and goes on and makes comments. Can I ask you just to indicate to the reporters what your understanding of what Dr. Dowse is saying there and how that corresponds with the view you've mentioned in your topic paper and precognition?
So certainly at this stage his concerns are nearly identical to mine. So he says he would normally have suggested 2 years of data gathering. He said species such as Ida will be using the inshore, intertidal and associated habitats from July, so he would have expected surveys at that time. These are the same concerns that I've raised.
And if we turn then to the APP 215 document, which has the follow-up emails, and look at the one from David Patterson, which in my copy gets reproduced twice. It's David Patterson, 27th July 2016 at 14:15, and it's the one where he has paragraphs A, B, C, D, and E with bullet points. Under the paragraph A, which is referring to the duration of survey work, the bullet point says, we agreed that one full season, October to March inclusive, should suffice to help gauge impacts of the proposal. This was decided on the basis that Webb's data could be used as a contextual resource in addition to their already completed survey work for both SPAs. I took Dr. Cosgrove to this in cross-examination, and he acknowledged that in as much as Dr. Dowse had been involved in the meeting, and this indicates the agreement following the meeting, Dr. Dowse had changed his view from the CC15 document. Can I just ask you, are you aware of any explanation in the documents before the inquiry for that change of view? I'm not asking you to speculate, just have you seen an explanation?
No.
And in that bullet point under A, it says this was decided on the basis that Webb's data could be used as a contextual resource. Can you explain to the reporters what Webb's data is?
Sure. So Webb's is the Wetland Bird Survey, and they are surveys that are carried out on a monthly basis on wetland sites around the UK. It's the UK's national survey of wetland sites for birds. The Wetland Bird Survey data are normally used as the basis of SPA designation for wetland SPAs in the UK. And it's usual for SPA designation to be based on 5 years of Webb's data.
And in that reference that I've just read out, the bullet point under A, it says this was decided on the basis that Webb's data could be used as a contextual resource. Just so that we're clear, what's your understanding about the applicant's assessment? Did it use Webb's data?
No, and we heard from Dr. Cosgrove his reasoning as to why he decided Webb's data were not appropriate.
And can you explain to the reporters whether you agree with them about the limitations in using that data?
Sure. So Dr. Cosgrove explained that he hadn't used the Webb's data because in terms of providing contextual information, he understood that that SN8 required a regional population estimate for Natural Heritage Zone 21, and he explained that he didn't believe that Webb's data would be available for all of Natural Heritage Zone 21. There would be some water bodies that wouldn't be covered by Webb's, and therefore he thought that it was an inappropriate use of the data because it wouldn't provide a full picture of the water birds in Natural Heritage Zone 21. So Natural Heritage Zones, Scotland's divided into 21 of them. So the Natural Heritage Zone 21 is the Moray Firth. It covers broadly the same region that I referred to in the Swan and Etheridge paper, LW53, a minute ago. But it does include a small coastal fringe, including some inland sites, which will include a small number of lakes, lochans, small water bodies that wouldn't be covered by WEBs. So he is correct on that basis. However, for the majority of the SPA species, the vast majority of their populations will be on the coastal sites within NA-HLD-086 that are covered by WEBs. If I'd been doing an impact assessment in this area, I would have spoken to SNH about this, and I would have explained that we didn't have WEBs data for the entire of NA-HLD-086, but that we could get a pretty good estimate of the population size in this area based on the WEBs data that we do have, and suggested that we used the wintering populations based on the last 5 years of WEBs data for the coastal parts of NA-HLD-086, which is the majority of it, and will include the majority, if not all, of the populations of some of the SPA species. I think the one species for which it wouldn't provide a complete population estimate would be teal. Sorry, there was one other point on that. Dr. Cosgrove suggested that the NHZ bird population estimates that SNH recommended were used had covered all species of conservation concern or value for which there were robust data, and that isn't correct. The NHZ guidance that SNH suggest is used is actually guidance that was produced by the British Trust for Ornithology when I was working there for the Scottish Wind Farm Bird Steering Group. And the reason it doesn't include the coastal water birds is because the focus of that work was very much on the species that are generally at risk from onshore wind farm development. So the only non-breeding species it attempted to include were swans and a couple of goose species, not including grey-lag goose. And it includes breeding waders, but it doesn't include non-breeding waders because they are generally not of concern from onshore wind farms. BTO do have the data to produce those estimates and could have used the exact same methodology that was used to produce that report for the non-breeding water birds, and most of that data would be from WEBs.
And staying with the APP 215 document and that email with the paragraphs A to E, if we turn now to the paragraph C, which deals with the timing of survey work for IDAR, and the bullet point indicates that the SNH team agreed to recommend further bird survey work in the non-breeding period, August to September inclusive, to cover the PSPA SSI with particular relevance to IDAR. It then goes on to say, however, if the developer could guarantee that coastal zones will not receive additional disturbance, then this survey work will not be required. What do you understand by that reference to guaranteeing that coastal zones will not receive additional disturbance, and how that's relevant to the assessment that the developers have undertaken?
So I assume that SNH have given this guidance because IDA, as well as in fact
I wonder if the witness could speak considerably slower. It's impossible to note this.
Say again, I can't hear you, sorry.
It's impossible to note your evidence at the speed at which you're delivering it.
I'm sorry, I'll speak slower. SNH have said here that the period of August and September, which is when non-breeding IDA would be present adjacent to the application site, which is also the period when some of the non-breeding waders would be present adjacent to the application site. They're suggesting that those surveys could be avoided by the applicant if they can guarantee that the coastal zones will not receive any additional disturbance. The applicant has suggested that there won't be any additional disturbance to that coastal area in their assessment, but this is something that I have challenged in my topic paper because I don't believe that they can control the disturbance sufficiently to lead to a situation where there will not be any additional disturbance to the coastal zone. So they've suggested they'll use signage, for example, in their recreational and access management plan. And I have submitted evidence that shows that signage is only partially effective in reducing disturbance. And when you have an additional, thousands more visitors coming to the area, you won't be able to stop all of them from visiting the beach with signs. That simply won't work.
And sirs, Dr. Wright in her topic paper does refer to a document on the signage issue. So that's all referenced there. That was all I wanted to ask you on those SNH documents, so we can put those to one side. And if I can ask you to go back to your precognition. And turning to section 5, which you've headed up, response to new issues raised in the applicant's January 2019 submissions. And if I can ask you to read out paragraph 5.1 and 5.2.
Okay, so in these paragraphs I refer to the Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management guidance on scoping. And I've quoted in a number of places from it. I've quoted from the 2006 guidance because, in fairness to Dr. Cosgrove, at the time that the scoping part of this assessment was carried out, the 2006 guidance would have been the guidance he was using. The 2016 guidance was produced, I think, towards the end of scoping. So I've quoted from the 2006 guidance in this part of my precognition. Dr. Cosgrove suggests in his inquiry report that the lack of bird data stems from the scoping stage when SNH and the applicant's consultants agreed the survey work. Dr. Cosgrove asserts that the approach of the Conservation Coalition is to ignore the process of scoping and recommend additional survey work, which is against EIA guidance and ecological impact assessment best practice. However, the best practice guidance states that scoping, and this is a quote, should involve consultation to ensure the widest possible input to the definition of the scope of the ecological impact assessment. It also, and this is another quote, should identify non-statutory consultees and should seek key consultees' views on the proposed scope of the ecological impact assessment to agree the likely significant effects to be investigated and the assessment methods to be used. The guidance goes on to state that benefits of scoping include early stakeholder input, so issues of concern are identified and dealt with at an early stage. It clearly identifies further benefits of engagement with non-statutory consultees during scoping. The guidance also states that scoping is iterative and the scope of work may change in response to concerns raised by statutory or other consultees. Unfortunately, despite RSPB Scotland being a key non-statutory consultee with significant expertise, our efforts to engage with the applicant were ignored. Had we been involved earlier in the process, we might have avoided many of our current concerns.
And just a few questions on that. It's been mentioned at the inquiry that the applicant made invitations to various of the objectors to view the site, meet with the team. Are you aware of any invitations to the RSPB to input on scoping?
No.
And can you indicate briefly how the RSPB is normally involved in scoping?
Sure. So it's normal for the RSPB to be sent a scoping report by the applicant as part of a consultation process. So this would be the same scoping report that would be sent to SNH, and we would normally respond to that either in writing or very often through meetings with the developer, either on or their consultants, either on a one-to-one basis or often as part of an expert working group or a steering group that is overseeing the scoping for the impact assessment.
And based on your experience with the RSPB, would you have expected to be consulted at the scoping stage for a development of this type?
Yes, we are normally consulted on developments that are likely to affect protected sites. And certainly for large developments, we would normally be contacted by the developer or their consultant as a matter of routine. Sometimes for smaller developments, the developer or their consultants don't think to engage the RSPB initially. And so in those cases, we often write to the developer and express our interest in the case. And at that stage, it's usual for us to then be invited to get involved in the scoping consultation and be sent a copy of the scoping report to comment on.
Paragraph 5.2 of your recognition cross-refers to the document CC-14, and if we can look at that briefly. Oh, sorry, I think it's 14, my mistake. And that starts at 919 of the PDF.
This is the email exchange between Golder Associates and Alison Searle.
Correct. So what we see there is the way it's been printed out is maybe a bit confusing, but the main bit of the first email that comes is from Bill Sheridan on 1st June 2016, 1649, to Alison Searle. Dear Alison, thank you for your email. We've consulted SNH on ornithological issues from the beginning of the project, continue to liaise with it during the early stages of the project design. We will of course be in contact with RSPB Scotland should the need arise for advice or access to your records. And if we scroll down, we can see that was responding to an email from Alison Searle, Conservation Officer at RSPB, 31st May 2016, and she says, Dear Bill, RSPB Scotland has become aware of the emerging proposal for a golf course at Coul Links. Goes on to mention RSPB's interest. Says, I see from the Links House blog that bird and other ecological studies are currently underway. We would like to offer our assistance and or advice in relation to the scope of the studies and intended method of assessment. We're also able to provide data from our records on the bird species that have been recorded in the vicinity of the links. There would be a handling fee for this service. So can we see there that the RSPB had made a constructive approach to the consultant then acting for the applicant, and the applicant the consultant had said that contact would be made with the RSPB should the need arise for advice or access to the records.
Yes, that's right. I understand that Alison also provided some data from our records, but we were not invited to comment on the scoping report or provided with a copy of it.
We can. I've finished with the CC14 document. If we can turn now to look at impacts of the development, and if we look at Dr. McMullen's inquiry report, which is APP 3.1, so it's Dr. McMullen's inquiry report, APP 3.1, and if we go to page 55, page 55 is figure 2, dune slack and course layout, and for the purposes of your evidence, can you explain what you're taking from this figure?
Sure. So as Dr. Cosgrove explained in his evidence, the key habitat for the non-breeding water birds on this site is really the dune slacks. This figure shows the dune slack areas in red, and the course layout, and Dr. McMullen has helpfully noted the areas of dune slack where significant parts of the dune slack would be lost. So I see these areas that he's marked as with letters A through to F, I think. A to F, as the areas where SPA waterbird habitat would be lost.
And if we keep that figure in front of us, and if I can ask you to go to your topic paper at paragraph 5.7, so that's your topic paper, not Dr. McMullen's. Just before I get you to read that out, on the figure 2, if we can just be clear, which were the areas you were referring to?
So I'm referring to all of the lettered areas, but the two that I'm primarily concerned by are the areas marked as A and E on Dr. McMullen's map, which is figure 2 in APP 3.1. So those two areas are within some of the larger dune slacks on the site. And as Dr. Cosgrove explained, the larger areas of dune slacks will be used by roosting waterbirds, and it's important that they can get away from the water's edge when they're roosting to minimise their predation risk. And so these larger dune slacks, where there is where the birds can get further from the water's edge more easily, will be more important for the birds as roosting habitats to minimise their predation risk. And we can see that in Area A and Area E, on Dr. McMullen's map, 2 of the larger dune slacks are bisected by the golf course, and so there is a potential loss there of areas that at certain times will be open water that will provide a useful roosting habitat for water birds, particularly in Area A where there's a large island in the centre of the dune slack.
If you could read out paragraph 7 of your topic paper, and then I'll ask you about tying it back to Dr. McMullen's figure.
Do you mean paragraph 5.7?
Sorry, yes, 5.7 of your topic paper.
So I refer here to RSPB Scotland's own surveys, which were conducted during the winter of 2017-18 and submitted in our letter of the 23rd of May 2018, which is CD 3.7, Annex 2, on page 9 to 14 of CD 3.7. I don't think we need to go to that now, but those surveys show that widgeon and teal were found within the areas proposed to be turned into golf course holes 4, 5, 7 and 11, and right on the edge of the areas proposed to be turned into golf course holes 1, 3, 12, 13 and 16. So hole 7 that I referred to in that first list is in Area A and 13 is in Area E. The construction of the golf course will therefore result in the direct loss of areas which are used in some years by the qualifying species of the Ramsar site and SPA. The loss of areas of dune slacks in particular are of concern given the importance of these habitats for Ramsar site and SPA species such as widgeon and teal, and will result in changes to the extent and distribution of Ramsar site and SPA habitat and permanent displacement of these Ramsar site and SPA qualifying species. And this will affect the SPA conservation objectives, which are in CD 5.4, of maintaining the distribution of the species within the site and maintaining the distribution and extent of habitats supporting the species.
And just to finish off on this issue, if we look at the environmental statement, which is CD17 at page 167, so at page 167, it's paragraph 4612, dealing with Dornoch Firth and Lochfleet SPA and Ramsar site. And it's the second paragraph. It says, no golf course infrastructure is planned for habitat areas regularly used by wintering SPA species, so no direct adverse habitat loss of SPA bird habitat is predicted. The design layout deliberately crosses over, rather than goes through, the main north-south dune slack habitat at holes 15, 16 and 17. Consequently, no direct or indirect significant dune slack habitat loss is predicted. Dr. Wright, can you comment on how those statements are consistent with what is shown in Dr. McMullen's figure 2 and the RSPB survey data that you referred to in your paragraph 5.7 that you just read?
Sure. So, first of all, this statement says that no golf course infrastructure is planned for habitat areas regularly used by wintering SPA species, and I would suggest that it's not possible to conclude what areas are regularly used by wintering SPA species on the basis of one winter of survey data, and from a winter in which October and November in particular were very dry, the dune slacks didn't flood. Second, it says no direct adverse habitat loss of SPA bird habitat is predicted. And this is directly contradicts what is in Dr. McMullen's evidence, because he shows us that dune slack habitat loss is predicted. Oh, and I would say as well that in the RSPB surveys, we show that birds do use some of the habitat will be lost in years that were not included in the applicant's surveys.
If we can turn then to the issue of disturbance, you deal with us at your topic paper at 528. I don't think it's necessary to get you to read that out. We heard from Mr. Haspel, Mr. Taylor, Dr. Cosgrove, reference to Castle Stewart, other sites, birds' reactions to various activities. There was particular reference about Castle Stewart, reference to a moor working, they were walking around, the birds didn't fly away. Can you explain to the reporters the difference between that anecdotal evidence and the evidence you refer to in your topic paper at 528?
Sure. So I think there's several points to cover here. So firstly, just because there are birds present on the site doesn't mean that no disturbance has occurred. So, you know, the birds that were present at Castle Stewart might be present in lower numbers, might be using the site for different things, might have a different distribution across the site than they would have in the absence of disturbance. Secondly, in my paragraph 5.28, I think I refer to 13 peer-reviewed papers that demonstrate the impact of recreational disturbance on waterbirds. And personally, I prefer to rely on the published peer-reviewed scientific evidence rather than anecdotal information to draw conclusions about the likely effects of disturbance on waterbirds. And I think it would be helpful to go to one of those references here. So if we go to LW04, which is a paper by Burton et al.
Reference again?
LW04. It's on page 42 of the large PDF of LW references.
Okay, I've got that.
So I'd like to read just a couple of sentences from the abstract of this paper. So the first sentence of the abstract explains that this paper was looking at the potential impact of human disturbance on wintering waterbirds using intertidal mudflats by relating their numbers to the presence of nearby footpaths, roads, railroads and towns. And at the end of the abstract, there's their concluding paragraph, if you like, which sums up the findings of the paper. They state the relative distance to which species were affected by footpaths, which I think footpaths we could agree would be a similar level of disturbance to a golf course with a predictable source of disturbance, people acting in a predictable way, corresponded to published information concerning the flight distances in response to human disturbance. The study provided evidence that sustained disturbance associated with footpaths, roads and railroads, reduced local habitat quality for water birds and the carrying capacity of estuaries. So if I can take a moment there to explain carrying capacity, if that would be useful. So carrying capacity is the number of birds that a site can support, and it's relevant here to the SPA conservation objectives of maintaining the populations of birds on the site, because if you reduce the number of birds the SPA can support, that's going to affect, that conservation objective.
And on this issue, there was reference within the evidence to birds habituating to disturbance. Can you give us your expert opinion on that issue?
Sure. Well, there is good evidence that some species of birds will habituate to some extent to disturbance. So that means they may not, after a period of time, they may not be as disturbed as they initially would be by a novel source of disturbance. However, I think it's quite clear from the evidence that I have presented in 5.28, including this paper from Burton that I just quoted, that habituation doesn't completely compensate for the effect of disturbance, and that even in areas where there have been footpaths, for example, for a great deal of time, waterbird numbers are still reduced, and the carrying capacity, the number of birds that the area can support, is still reduced by human disturbance.
And Dr. Cosgrove referred to fear landscape when we were discussing shooting in his cross-examination. Can you give us your view on that description, that the fear landscape, and your thoughts on his conclusions that birds are more easily disturbed at this site currently because there is this landscape of fear?
Sure. Well, Dr. Cosgrove is entirely right that there is good evidence that shooting can change how birds respond to disturbance, and can have a disturbance effect that causes birds to change their behaviour. And the concept of a fear landscape is really, it's been used for a wide range of species to sort of look at how the behaviour of animals may change in different places across a landscape. So if you have an area that isn't disturbed, you might expect the birds to behave differently in that area compared to an area that is disturbed. And shooting is one example of that sort of disturbance. However, in relation to fear landscapes specifically, there's no papers that I was able to find on fear landscapes and shooting of water birds, although I acknowledge there's good evidence that water birds do change their behaviour in response to shooting. What I was able to find was papers on fear landscapes caused by recreational disturbance and fear landscapes caused by natural predators affecting water bird distributions.
And on the shooting, Dr. Cosgrove referred to the Ramsar site and SSSI monitoring reports to suggest that shooting is a pressure. If we can look at those, and if we start with CD53, which is the Ramsar information sheet.
there's 3.5.3s. It's the Ramsar information sheet you want me to get right?
I think it is, yes. If you give me a minute. Yes, it's the page that is headed up Information Sheet on Ramsar Wetlands RAS, page 8, and it has the sections 28, 29 and 30 on it. And if we look at section 29, which is headed Current Recreation and Tourism, and if we go down, it's about 2/3 of the way down, it mentions wildfowling and hunting, and gives a description there. Do you understand that to be a reference in relation to activities or pressures?
It's under the heading of activities, so I understand it to be a reference to activities that are carried out in the Ramsar site. The pressures are covered elsewhere.
And then if we can turn to the triple SI, and it's CD52, which is the site management statement. And that is also page 8. And the section 7 there, which, let me just remind myself, is one of the objectives for management. So we've got 7 to maintain non-breeding populations of waterfowl and avoid significant disturbance. And we see the final paragraph on that page 8, current levels of wildfowling are difficult to quantify but are thought to be increasing. There's reference there to a code, and then it says adherence to this code will help to reduce disturbance to roosting and feeding waterfowl. Now, the reference there to current levels of wildfowling are difficult to quantify. What do you take from that about the extent to which wildfowling is a pressure?
I think it's clear that it's difficult to quantify the pressure from wildfowling at the present time, but that it, they're acknowledging here that it does occur on the site and that it has the potential to cause disturbance, but it's not acknowledged as one of the pressures affecting the birds at this time.
And then going to the penultimate paragraph, the paragraph immediately above it, just talking about disturbance, and it's on the fourth line down. It says the most likely cause of regular disturbance is through recreation. So again, what does that suggest to you in terms of the contribution from wildfowling and the contribution from recreation?
My interpretation of this is that, based on the information available, recreational disturbance is more of a concern in terms of its disturbance impact on the waterbird features of the site.
And if we can turn now to conservation objectives, I took Mr. Taylor in his evidence through the issue of achieving favourable conservation status, and if we can get your views on achieving favourable conservation status for the breeding bird assemblage in Idar, if we can go to the SPA conservation objectives, which are in CD 5.4. So CD 5.4 is in 3 parts, so it's the conservation objectives document that we want to look at. So this document's just one page, headed up Conservation Objectives for Dornoch Firth and Loch Fleet Special Protection Area. And we can see there it starts to avoid deterioration of the habitat.
Sorry, Mr. Coller, we're just trying to find it. Our version of CD 5.4 is the citation for the SPA rather than the conservation objectives, but I'll see if we can find it, unless someone's got a copy we can use.
There should be 3 documents within that reference.
I think at the time that Mr. Taylor was cross-examined, we discovered that the electronic version is not as complete as the paper version. In the paper copy, there is 3 sheets.
So, Dr. Wright, these are the conservation objectives for the Dornoch Firth and Loch Fleet Special Protection Area. Before we look at it, if you could maybe remind us which of the birds are relevant in terms of the SPA.
Sure. So the SPA, I think, includes 10 species in the waterfowl assemblage. We've ruled out one of those species, which is osprey, as being not really relevant to this application. So there's 9 species plus the waterbird assemblage. The 2 species on the site are widgeon and teal, and then in the adjacent area there's a range of waders. I can go through those species if you like, but they are listed in my topic paper. I think I can remember them all, though. That would be helpful.
The reason for mentioning it is I think I might have, when I was asking you, initially mentioned eider. So just so that we're clear, if I did mention the eider, what's the relevance of the eider?
So the eider is a named feature of the SSSI as a non-breeding species, but it will also form a part of the waterbird assemblage that is a feature of the SPA.
Thank you for clarifying that. So we can see the conservation objectives set out in bold. Can you explain your understanding of these objectives as they apply to the particular species of relevance that you've mentioned?
Sure. So my understanding is that in order for the site to be described as in favourable conservation status, each of these conservation objectives need to be met, and they have to be met in the long term. So it says to ensure for the qualifying species that the following are maintained in the long term, and that includes things like the distribution of the species within the site, which is relevant here, the structure, function and supporting processes of habitats supporting the species, and the distribution and extent of habitats supporting the species, as well as no significant disturbance to the species. So various of these conservation objectives need to be met for each of the SPA features in order for favourable conservation status of the SPA to be maintained.
And I had questioned Mr. Taylor on the feasibility of achieving these conservation objectives through as part of including the golf course development. What's your view on the likelihood of achieving that favourable conservation status after the golf course has been constructed on the site?
Well, I think it's quite clear, based on the evidence that we looked at earlier in relation to the extent of dune slacks, that the distribution and extent of habitats supporting the species will be changed, and the distribution of species within the site will therefore also be changed. Both of those things will be reduced, to be clear, as a result of the proposed development. And because both of those things will be reduced, we can't meet the SPA conservation objectives, particularly for widgeon and teal. And therefore, we can't maintain the favourable conservation status of the SPA. That test cannot be met.
Given the conservation objectives, given the comments you've just made, in light of that, in your view, is it possible to conclude, as it does in the applicant's ES, that there's not going to be any negative effects on the SPA and its species?
No, I don't think we can conclude that. We need to be able to conclude beyond reasonable scientific doubt that there will not be an effect on the SPA and its species and on maintaining the favourable conservation status of the SPA by meeting these conservation objectives. And I've shown quite clearly that we can't do that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wright.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Coul. And thank you for now, Dr. Wright. So let's close for now and resume bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you.